first inaugural session after a while. And 11 o'clock, the Honorable President of India will arrive. May I request you all to kindly get seated, please. सभी लोग जो खड़े हुए हैं, मेरा निवेदन है कृपया अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें. नहीं, we have got it. On behalf of National Human Rights Commission, I extend a very warm and hearty welcome to all the esteemed guests and participants on the occasion of Human Rights Day and National Conference on Ensuring Everyday Essentials, Public Services and Dignity for All. We extend a very warm welcome to Honorable Justice Sri V. Ramasubramanian, Chairperson, National Human Rights Commission, and a very hearty welcome to Principal Secretary to Honorable Prime Minister, respected Dr. P.K. Mishra, Honorable Dr. Justice Vidyut Ranjan Sarangi, Member NHRC, Ms. Vijaya Bharti Sayani, Honorable Member NHRC, respected Shri Bharat Lal, Secretary General NHRC, मंच पर उपस्थित हैं संयुक्त सचिव NHRC, Ms. Saiding Pui Chakchuak. Ensuring daily essentials, reliable public services, and universal human dignity are fundamental principles central to good governance, effective service delivery to citizens, and sustainable development. May I now request Honorable Justice Sri V. Ramasubramanian, Chairperson NHRC, and respected Dr. P.K. Mishra, Principal Secretary to Honorable Prime Minister, to kindly light the ceremonial lamp to begin this auspicious occasion, which is the symbol of peace, positive energy, and divine presence. I also request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly join the inaugural ceremony. हमारे शास्त्रों में, वेदों में तथा भगवत गीता में कई श्लोकों में इक्वालिटी, डिग्निटी, लिबर्टी एंड जस्टिस के आदर्शों को व्यक्त किया गया है. अज्येष्ठास अकनिष्ठास एतेसम भ्रातरो वावृदुः सौभगाय. ये ऋग्वेद का श्लोक है on the themes of equality and universal brotherhood. ऋग्वेद का ये श्लोक समानता तथा विश्व भाईचारे का संदेश देता है. असतो मा सदगमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय. सत्य से असत्य से सत्य की ओर ले चल और अंधकार से प्रकाश की ओर ले चल. जैसा कि मैंने कहा कि हमारे शास्त्रों में, वेदों में, पुराणों में, भगवत गीता में कई श्लोकों में इक्वालिटी, डिग्निटी, लिबर्टी एंड जस्टिस इसके आदर्शों को व्यक्त किया गया है, उसका संदेश दिया गया है। थैंक यू द एक्सटीम डिग्निटरीज। अतिथि सत्कार का संस्कार हमारी आदत है, इसी को निभाते हुए हमारा आग्रह है सेक्रेटरी जनरल एनएचआरसी रिस्पेक्ट श्री भरतलाल जी आपसे कि कृपया रिस्पेक्ट प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी टू ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर डॉक्टर पी.के. मिश्रा जी का स्वागत करें, उन्हें सैपलिंग भेंट करके। आज माननीयों की गरिमामयी उपस्थिति से कार्यक्रम की शोभा बढ़ी है और हम सबका उत्साह भी बढ़ा है। माननीय, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। I now request respected Shri Bharatlal, Secretary General NHRC, to kindly give welcome remarks and speak about the conference.
नमस्कार, गुड मॉर्निंग। सबसे पहले राष्ट्रीय मानवाधिकार आयोग की तरफ से आप सभी लोगों का स्वागत है। On behalf of the National Human Rights Commission, let me extend a very warm welcome to each one of you to the National Conference on Ensuring Everyday Essential Public Services and Dignity for All on this Human Rights Day. Your presence and commitment reinforce our collective resolve to strengthen human dignity and advance human rights of every individual across the country. We are deeply honored that Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu, will join us later today as a chief guest in the Human Rights Day celebrations. Her presence is a great encouragement to all those who strive to uphold justice, equality, inclusion, and dignity for every citizen. I extend a very warm welcome to Dr. P.K. Mishra, Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, who has accepted our invitation to deliver the keynote address. We all know how demanding his job is. The Parliament is in session, and despite demand for his time for other pressing works, he is here with us. It shows his commitment to human rights. Dr. Mishra is widely respected for his commitment to governance reforms, last mile delivery, and people centric public administration. He has held several key positions, including Union Agriculture Secretary, and has played a pivotal role in national programs such as the National Food Security Mission and Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana. With a PhD in Development Studies with University of Sussex, he has combined academic rigor with administrative excellence, contributing extensively to disaster management reforms, for which he received the prestigious UN Sasakawa Award. As Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, his administrative leadership has been pivotal in ensuring that people experience improved quality of life, and government must provide good governance and efficient public service delivery. His focus on ensuring basic amenities and essential services reaching the last mile is reinforcing the idea that dignity must be embedded in every aspect of governance. His leadership is spanning disaster management, agriculture transformation, human resource management, public service delivery, and institutional reforms. Has had transformative impact on millions, especially the most vulnerable. His insight today will enrich our deliberation. Thank you, sir, for being with us today. I extend a very warm welcome to Honorable Chairperson, National Human Rights Commission, Justice V. Ramasubramanian, under whose stewardship NHRC is proactively reaching out to various stakeholders, especially the most vulnerable, to strengthen protection of human rights in every part of the country. His sensitivity and ethical leadership are shaping the working of the NHRC. Thank you, sir, for providing this leadership to all of us. I also extend a very warm welcome to honorable members of the Commission, Justice Vidyut Ranjan Sarangi and Srimati Vijaya Bharati Sayani. As we all know that Dr. Sarangi is an accomplished jurist, and his pro-poor and his reaching out to people is very legendary. Mrs. Sayani comes from the Andhra Pradesh, and she again, work for poor and downtrodden, especially all those who suffer. Her work basically in hostels and women shelter homes is quite remarkable. I also extend a very warm welcome to all participating institutions and experts whose collective wisdom and experience guide the human rights discourse in India. On behalf of the Commission, I also welcome chairpersons and members of the national commissions, state human rights commissions, Niti Aayog, distinguished speaker in the conference, jurist, member of the diplomatic corps, senior officers, UN officials, eminent scholars, human rights defenders, member of civil society, domain experts, and distinguished delegate. The theme of Human Rights Day this year, Human Rights Everyday Essential, speaks to a simple yet profound reality. Human dignity is shaped every day by experience people have about access to basic amenities and essential public services. These are not administrative convenience, they are fundamental entitlements. Our conference theme, ensuring everyday essentials, public services and dignity for all, reflects this core principle. The two sessions today, first, basic amenities for all, a human right approach, and second session is on ensuring public services and dignity for all, bringing together eminent experts and key government officials to discuss practical pathways to further strengthen access to basic amenities and service delivery systems and ensure equity, accessibility, and dignity for everyone. Guided by India's deeply rooted ethos of Antyodaya, reaching the last person, and the spirit of Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, all be happy. The NHRC continues to promote and protect human rights of every individual, especially the most vulnerable people. The NHRC continue to work to ensure equitable access to essential services through a wide spectrum of interventions. To quote a few, these include strengthening healthcare and nutrition in institutions, ensuring timely pensions and welfare benefits, protecting migrant and organized workers, promoting child rights and inclusive education, improving access to housing, water, sanitation, electricity, and urban services, and expanding digital grievance redressal system. This conference is grounded in ongoing work. The NHRC is actively promoting human dignity through advisories to protect human rights of vulnerable groups, monitoring access to critical public services in hospital, mental health institution, child care institution, prisons, shelter and old age homes, interventions for the rights of migrant workers, sanitation workers, forest dwellers and disaster affected communities, expanding access to justice through HRC Net, e-complaint system and virtual hearing, reaching citizens in remote regions, engagement with students, training, regional workshop, national conference, and partnership with NGOs and academic institutions to deepen human rights awareness. Reports, thematic studies, and recommendations that inform national policy on disability rights, trafficking, access to justice, and service delivery reforms. Though these efforts, the NHRC strives to ensure that essential services and the dignity they guarantee reach every individual, particularly those most in need. Human rights are upheld not only by institutions, but also by collective responsibility, empathy, and moral commitment. In our country, it is not only the state, but communities also play a huge role in human rights of individuals. On Human Rights Day, we reaffirm the essential principle that rights flourish when supported by duties, by fraternity, and by fairness in governance, sensitivity in administration, and compassion in public service. Once again, I welcome all the distinguished delegates and extend my sincere gratitude to all dignitaries, speakers, and participants for joining us today. Let us continue to work together to build a nation where every individual or families have all basic amenities and essential public services are accessible, equitable, and dignified. A nation where no one is left behind. Thank you, and once again, welcome you all to this Human Rights Day celebration and one-day conference. Thank you.
Thank you, respected Secretary General Shri Bharatlal. May I now request Honorable Justice Shri V. Ramasubramanian, Chairperson, National Human Rights Commission, to kindly address this August gathering.
Dear Dr. P.K. Mishra, honorable members of the National Human Rights Commission, ambassadors and embassy staff of various countries, the Director General, the Secretary General, Registrar, Joint Secretaries, officers and staff of the Commission, distinguished invitees, representatives of the civil society, the chairpersons and members of various state human rights commissions. A very good morning and a happy Human Rights Day to all of you. This year, United Nations has chosen Human Rights, Our Everyday Essentials as the theme for Human Rights Day. The purpose of choosing this theme, according to the United Nations, is to reaffirm the values of human rights and to show that they remain a winning proposition for humanity. According to the United Nations, the theme of this year's Human Rights Day is aimed at bridging the gap between human rights principles and our everyday experiences so that we spark awareness, inspire confidence, and encourage collective action. The words everyday essentials have different connotations for different categories of people. If you happen to visit the website of the United Nations, you will find that in the recent past, a lot of people have been sharing what makes up their everyday essentials, the moments, values, and rights that matter most to them. Peace, freedom of expression, non discrimination, equality, food, shelter, and dignity are some of the rights that people have indicated in the United Nations website as their everyday essentials. But we at the National Human Rights Commission of India have looked at the theme of this year's Human Rights Day from the perspective of public services in India and the dignity of citizens. The reason why we chose public services and the dignity of the individual as our everyday essentials is that our country is a welfare state as seen from the directive principles of state policy enshrined in the Constitution of India. Article 38 of the Constitution enjoins upon the state to promote the welfare of the people by securing and protecting as effectively as it may a social order in which justice, social, economic, and political shall inform all institutions of national life. The state in India is administered through a bureaucracy which has a history of, say, about 170 years, dating back to the submission of Lord Macaulay's report of the Select Committee of the British Parliament, under which the concept of a merit based modern civil service in India was born in 1854. While policies are framed by elected representatives, purportedly for the welfare of the people, they are implemented through officers who are in the civil services of the Union or of the states. Persons who are in the civil services of the Union or of the states and the persons who hold a civil post under the Union or the states are not under any contract of employment. Holders of civil posts and those in the civil services are granted protection under the Constitution because their position is one of status and not of just employment. Therefore, persons in the civil services of the Union or the states must consider themselves, consider the members of the public whom they are chosen to serve as their masters. This is the reason why they are called public servants. Enabling and assisting an elected government to frame policies for the welfare of the people and ensuring that the benefits of those policies reach the common man is the task assigned to public servants. On public policy and its implementation, there is a very interesting shloka in the Ramayana. In the 100th Sarga of the Ayodhya Kanda, Rama gives a piece of advice to Bharata on public policy. He says, Kaschit Artham Vinishyatya Lagumulam Mahavudayam Kshipram Arabase Kartum Na Dirgayasi Raghava. The meaning of this verse is, O Bharata, I hope, considering your interest fully, you launch an undertaking which has maximum benefit with minimum cost and implemented without delay. These are the three pillars of public policy. The achievement of these three goals or ideals depends upon the efficacy of the public services and the commitment and integrity of public servants. In fact, with a view to ensure prompt delivery of public services, several states in India have come up with laws. For instance, Madhya Pradesh Public Services Guarantee Act 2010 appears to be the first of its kind in the country, guaranteeing the delivery of public services to citizens in a stipulated time frame. This particular act won the United Nations Public Service Award UNPSA for 2012 in the category of improving the delivery of public services. The state backed this award among 483 nominations from 73 countries. Other states have followed suit. I do not know if a social audit or social impact assessment of these laws have been carried out so far. Therefore, the object of National Human Rights Commission in choosing public services and the dignity of the individual as the everyday essentials in India is to initiate a dialogue on accountability so that the goals set by Part 4 of the Constitution, namely directive principles of state policy, are not distant dreams but realizable standards, and the celebration of Human Rights Day is not an empty formality packed with empty rhetoric. Jai Hind, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Justice Shri V. Ramasubramanian, Chairperson NHRC. आज हमें बेहद खुशी है कि हमारे बीच में प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी टू ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर रिस्पेक्टेड डॉक्टर पी के मिश्रा जी उपस्थित हैं। मे आई रिक्वेस्ट प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी टू ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर रिस्पेक्टेड डॉक्टर पी के मिश्रा टू काइंडली एड्रेस द ऑगस्ट गैदरिंग।
Chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission, Justice V. Ramasubramaniam, members of the NHRC, chairpersons of state human rights commissions, representatives of national commissions, colleagues from Government of India, UN officials and diplomats, members of civil society and academia, and distinguished guests. I am delighted to join you today as we commemorate the World Human Rights Day, a day of profound significance for democratic nations such as ours, where constitutional ideals, democratic institutions, and societal values work together to protect and promote human dignity. Article 25 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights 1948 says, everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for health and well-being of himself and his family, including food, clothing, housing, and medical care and necessary social services, and the right to security in the event of unemployment, sickness, disability, widowhood, old age, and other lack of livelihood in circumstances beyond his control. Human Rights Day is not simply a commemoration of a historic declaration, it is an invitation to reflect deeply on the lived experience of human dignity. This year's theme, Human Rights, Our Everyday Essentials, places the spotlight where it matters most, on public services, on institutions, and on the systems through which citizens interface with the state. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948 gave the world a shared vocabulary of dignity. India contributed significantly to this process. Our delegation, led by Dr. Hansa Mehta, ensured that the declaration stated that all human beings are born free and equal. This was the decisive step for gender equality and helped guide global thinking on human rights. The notion that rights must be realized through access to food, water, shelter, education, and justice remains at the core of human rights movement. Human rights thinking has, of course, evolved. What began with civil and political rights expanded to include social, economic, and cultural rights. It is now taking shape in the new areas influenced by technology, digital systems, environmental concerns, and changing forms of vulnerability. What I was trying to say is that the movement started with civil and political rights. It expanded to many other areas, though of course 1948 declaration talked about it, but with the recent times, new technology, digital systems, I think we need to address new forms of vulnerability. Today, dignity is shaped not only by freedoms we have long recognized, but also by access to privacy, mobility, clean environment, and digital inclusion. The world continues to refine what it means for every person to live a life of dignity. India's civilizational ethos has long placed dignity and duty at the center of public life. Concepts such as dharma, nyaya, karuna, and seva emphasize righteous conduct and the commitment to welfare of others. Ahimsa guided restraint, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam encouraged a sense of belonging to a larger human family. These principles influenced a great deal in framing our Constitution, from universal adult franchise and enforceable fundamental rights to directive principles that prioritize education, health, livelihood, and social welfare. Because our directive principle probably reflects a very, very fundamental aspect of human rights and human dignity. In this context, I would like to say a few words about what has been our approach to human rights, our approach to human development in the recent years. In the decade prior to 2014, India focused on right-based approach to development. Legislation such as Right of Children to Free and Compulsory Education Act 2009, the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act 2005, and the National Food Security Act 2013 sought to transform basic developmental need into legal rights: the right to education, right to work, and right to food. However, as we look back, several academic assessments also underlined an anomaly or deficiency in this right based approach. Enacting a right is one thing, implementing it another. When promised legal rights are not delivered in practice, it can adversely affect the credibility of the state and deepen citizens' frustration. After 2014, the government placed primary emphasis on what is known as a saturation approach and effective delivery. The idea was to reach every eligible person and closing the long standing gap between law, policy, and actual delivery. The focus was on actual delivery, how the rights or the benefits arising from the rights actually reach the last mile, the last person. Saturation implies that not a single beneficiary should be left out. It also means that the scope of discretion is eliminated and social justice enhanced. The Prime Minister feels that we must identify the beneficiaries who are or the people who are eligible to get the benefit and try to cover all of them in different villages and areas. In other words, there should not be any discrimination, there should not be any targeting. Every individual who is eligible must get the benefit. And of course, there are systems for effective delivery, which I'll briefly mention later. Academic and policy literature increasingly characterizes this shift as moving from paper rights to implemented rights, rights which are actually implemented. From a phase where many guarantees existed in law but did not consistently reach the last mile, to a phase where administrative systems, digital infrastructure, and field campaigns are designed to ensure that entitlements actually reach every eligible person. The three things I mentioned, the administrative system has to be more attuned to the people, more empathetic, and more efficient. Digital infrastructure also helped, and also, of course, field campaign, awareness generation, and so on. The saturation approach does not abandon the right based framework, rather, it grounds it in implementation. The legal and ethical commitment to education, food, security, work, health, and housing remains, but it is now pursued through time bound targets for full coverage. Real time monitoring and digital platforms, nationwide outreach campaigns such as the Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra explicitly aimed at identifying and enrolling every remaining beneficiary. Today we focus it on Today we focus it on ensuring that a bank account is actually opened, a water tap connection is actually provided, an LPG cylinder is actually delivered, and a health card is actually usable at the point of care. What I'm trying to say that it is not merely stipulating a particular right, but seeing that it is actually delivered. The success of this approach can be seen on the ground, and it is backed by hard data. Poverty is a critical element that deprives individuals of their human rights. Therefore, poverty alleviation is the most effective human rights intervention. India has registered a historic decline in the multi-dimensional poverty index. About 25 crore Indians, a population larger than many countries, have come out of the clutches of poverty during the last decade. Also, our household expenditure survey, which was brought out, the latest surveys relating to 2023 and 2022-23 and 23-24, both these show similar decline in the level of poverty and people below poverty line. This shows the effectiveness of the effective delivery and targeted approach. I would like to say a few words about it last decade, what sort of transformation which has taken place. I will highlight four pillars through which everyday essentials and therefore everyday human rights have been progressively secured for crores of Indians over the last decade. The first category will be ensuring dignity of home, dignity at home by provision of housing, water, sanitation, electricity, and clean fuel. I will just list out a few schemes only, not going into the detail, like PM Awas Yojana, which enabled about 4 crore families to own Pakka houses, giving them not just shelter but a sense of security sorry, and pride. 4 crore houses actually built and lived by people. Jan, Jal Jeevan Mission, of course, provided tap water connection to about 12 crore households. Swachh Bharat Abhiyan achieved wide-ranging sanitation access such as construction of 12 crore toilets and cleanliness, profoundly impacting health, dignity and safety, particularly for women and girl children. The Saubhagya scheme resulted in electrification of unelectrified houses. Ujjwala Yojana transformed the lives of women by providing clean cooking fuel to about 10 crore households. The second category, ensuring social protection through food security and health. Of course, as it is well known, during the COVID-19, free food grains were given to about 80 crore or 800 million people. Ayushman Bharat, of course, is established as world's largest health assurance program, offering coverage to about 42 crores or 420 million people, some sort of assurance. And when there is a um, ailment, where it means having indoor uh, medical facilities, that has been the amount is paid through an assurance scheme to the people who are really needy. Healthcare, health and wellness center, telemedicine, and of course, outlets of Jan Ausadi, they also help providing medical services and medicines. Implementation of insurance and pension coverage in the informal sector. The latest announced labor laws also cover gig workers which were outside any social protection. Reform in mental health care, the Mental Health Care Amendment Act 2017 has also helped. International organizations such as the International Labour Organization have acknowledged that India's social protection coverage has expanded widely in the last decade. ILO noted that our social protection coverage rose from just 19% in 2015 to 64% in 2025. The third category, of course, ensuring inclusive growth and financial inclusion, and of course, economic empowerment. The JAM Trinity, Jandhan, Aadhaar, and Mobile has revolutionized direct benefit transfer, ensuring transparency, efficiency, and dignity in public service. About 56 crore Jandhan account, the account people who are not covered by the banking system, 560 million accounts have been opened during the last few years, and the money, the benefit which goes, it goes directly to their account so that the leakage is minimal. Then, of course, PM Mudra Yojana, PM Swanidhi, and Vishwakarma, that is to help people who are masons, who work with their own tools, how to not only give them some financial assistance, but also improve their skills, give them better employment, better training. Large number of self-help groups have been encouraged, and there are 2 crore Lakpati Didis, in the sense that women who work on their own, they have become Lakpati, I mean they earn more than a lakh. A central pillar of our development journey is, of course, like Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, Nari Shakti. Our Prime Minister talks about that the Nari Shakti is the biggest strength of our nation. When women lead, families rise, communities change, and institutions become more empathetic. And a historic legislation was brought recently that one third of the uh, seats in the legislatures and parliament will be reserved for women. There has been massive uh, increase in the infrastructure budget. The capital budget has been enhanced substantially, and a lot of reforms have taken place even during the COVID-19 when many countries focus more on stimulus. Here, our Prime Minister talked about reform, a lot of reform, FDI expanded, space sector was opened. Because of that, we have a high growth rate. The latest quarterly results showed 8% too. It was followed by 7%, 8. The fourth aspect is, of course, ensuring justice, safety, and protection of the vulnerable groups. The criminal law codes have been transformed to make it more citizen friendly. There have been stronger provisions in the protection of child from sexual offenses, right of persons of disabilities, mental health care, and so on. And PM Janman scheme that targets or focuses on the marginalized within the marginalized, in the sense that some tribal areas where people, the tribes which are disappearing, how to provide them housing, clean water, and other benefits. The aspirational districts and block program talks about there is a lot of efforts and focus attention to bring the blocks and districts which are below the average state level to the overall level, average level of the state, thereby improving the economic and social condition and dignity of people who are much more behind the development journey. Humanitarian assistance also provide during COVID-19 the vaccine. We could provide vaccine to 100 countries. This demonstrates our belief in the universality of human rights. Driven by Prime Minister's call for Jan Bhagidari, the nature of public service delivery has changed. The state is moving from prescribing to responding, from delivering schemes to delivering dignity, and from viewing people as beneficiaries to seeing them as partners in nation building. The recent election to the UN Human Rights Council reflect global confidence in our democratic institutions and commitment to inclusive development. So I have outlined a few examples. The point I am trying to make that rights are important and rights-based approach is necessary, but it is not sufficient. What is important is how to ensure the last mile delivery, how to ensure that all those who are eligible are actually covered. That is the most important thing, and that is what changed during the last decade. As India moves towards Viksit Bharat 2047, the National Human Rights Commission will need to examine emerging issues of concern and adapt its framework so that dignity is protected in domains that are evolving very quickly. Climate and environment raise urgent questions. Climate change is already causing displacement and greater pressure on shared resources. We must consider how the rights of communities affected by climate change and how environmental justice will be ensured for those who bear disproportionate pollution burdens. Second, technology and data bring their own challenges. Issues of data protection, algorithm fairness, and responsible AI now require a rights-based approach. When automated systems influence decisions on loans, jobs, and criminal justice, safeguards are essential to prevent discrimination. New forms of work, such as gig and platform employment, create vulnerabilities that do not fit traditional labor protections. With no fixed workplace and algorithm driven tasks, employers need to develop frameworks that protect their dignity and security. And finally, digital surveillance is another area that needs oversight as digital tracking, facial recognition, and predictive tools generate and store extensive data on citizens. We must ensure that technology serves empowerment and does not erode personal freedom. I'll make a few observations before I conclude. We need to recognize that good governance is an essential right. It includes efficient system, transparent processes, and institutions that treat people with respect and empathy. It includes grievance redressal that functions effectively, policing that protects dignity, and public service delivery without delay and disrespect. Our aspiration for the coming decade is clear. We are striving for a developed nation where every citizen enjoys dignity through capable institutions and compassionate governance. A nation modern in its capabilities, grounded in enduring values, inclusive in its outlook, and united in purpose. This vision extends to livable cities and vibrant villages where mobility, sanitation, digital connectivity, public transport, safe public spaces, and efficient urban services afford dignity in everyday life. The way forward lies in deepening citizen centered governance, using technology responsibly, strengthening institutional foresight, and ensuring that dignity remains the guiding principle of every public service. Let us build a country whose values are rooted in our civilization, but vision is modern, futuristic, and compassionate and aspirational. Let us join hands and work together, government, institutions, civil society, and citizens, to build an India where development and justice go ahead hand in hand, where rights and duties reinforce one another, where every individual can live with dignity. I thank the Chairperson, NHRC, Secretary General, and members of NHRC for providing me an opportunity to interact with all of you on this momentous occasion. I wish today's conference all success. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर आपकी प्रेरणा के लिए। मेरा अनुरोध है श्री समीर कुमार जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी एनएचआरसी आपसे कि कृपया रिस्पेक्टेड डॉक्टर पी के मिश्रा को स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें। काइंडली प्रेजेंट अ मेमेंटो टू रिस्पेक्टेड डॉक्टर पी के मिश्रा। धन्यवाद। I now call upon Joint Secretary NHRC, Ms. Saidingpui Chakchua, to kindly propose vote of thanks.
Honorable Chief Guest, Shri P.K. Mishra, Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, Honorable Chairperson, Justice V. Ramasubramanian, Honorable Members of the Commission, Justice Dr. Vidyut Ranjan Sarangi, Srimati Vijaya Bharti Sayani, Secretary General Shri Bharat Lal, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the National Human Rights Commission, India, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your gracious presence in this inaugural session of our national conference on ensuring everyday essentials, public services, and dignity for all. Your presence has brought great value and inspiration to the deliberations planned for the day. We express a special word of thanks to our chief guest, Sri P.K. Mishra, for his insightful address and for highlighting how responsive governance and efficient delivery of public services are central to realizing the rights and dignity of every person. The perspectives shared will guide ongoing and future efforts to embed a human rights approach in public policies and their implementation. We are thankful to our Honorable Chairperson, Justice V. Ramasubramanian, Honorable members of the Commission, and Secretary General for their leadership, guidance, and unwavering commitment to the protection and promotion of human rights in India. Their vision continues to shape the Commission's work as a moral compass for governance. We extend our sincere appreciation to all dignitaries, representatives of statutory and constitutional bodies, state human rights commissions, senior functionaries of central and state governments, members of the diplomatic community, members of civil society, academia, media, and human rights defenders who have joined us today. Your engagement and partnership are crucial for taking the message of human rights to the last mile. We hope that today's conference brings us closer to the ideal expressed in the motto of NHRC India, Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina. May all be happy, for when human rights are upheld as everyday essentials for every individual, and when no one is left behind in the pursuit of a life of dignity, the vision embodied in this motto comes closer to reality. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I request all of you to kindly remain seated. And thank you so much, Honorable Justice Sri V. Ramasubramaniam, Chairperson, National Human Rights Commission. Thank you so much. Respected Dr. P.K. Mishra, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका पधारने के लिए, आपकी प्रेरणा के लिए और आपका टाइम यहाँ पर हम सबके साथ स्पेयर करने के लिए, प्रेरणा देने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका. Thank you so much, the esteemed dignitaries, for sparing valuable time. Thank you so much. And I would like to request all of you to kindly remain seated because Honorable President of India will be arriving in a short while from now. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय सम्माननीय गणमान्य गणों का जो अब प्रस्थान कर रहे हैं. कुछ ही देर में माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया का शुभागमन होगा. I request all of you to kindly remain seated. The Honorable President of India will be arriving in a short while from now. And I would like to share some protocols about the next event. As soon as the Honorable President of India will arrive from that gate, we all will stand to welcome her. And as soon as she reaches in front of her chair near the desk, the national anthem will be played. We all will keep standing for the national anthem of India. जैसे ही माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया पधारेंगी, हम सभी उनके सम्मान में खड़े हो जाएंगे और उसके एकदम बाद राष्ट्रगान होगा जब वो अपने कुर्सी के सामने आएंगी और हम सभी राष्ट्रगान के सम्मान में खड़े ही रहेंगे. माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया के भाषण के उपरांत जैसे ही वो अपने सीट के सामने आएंगी, एक बार फिर से राष्ट्रगान होगा. उस वक्त मैं आप सभी से निवेदन करूंगी कि I would like to request all of you to kindly rise for the national anthem of India. हम सभी राष्ट्रगान के सम्मान में खड़े हो जाएंगे और उसके बाद राष्ट्रगान होगा। माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया के प्रस्थान करने तक हम सभी अपने ही स्थान पर रहेंगे खड़े। As soon as the Honorable President of India, she finishes her address and she comes back to her respective seat, I will request all of you to kindly rise for the National Anthem of India. We all will rise for the National Anthem of India, and the National Anthem will be played by
उधर पानी
As soon as the Honorable President arrives, we all will stand to welcome her. I would like to request Ms. Reti Siani, UN Resident Coordinator in India, to please come up onto the stage. To maintain the grace and the gravity of the event, I would like to request all of you to kindly switch off your mobile phones, please. वीडियो लास्ट में फ्रीज के लिए याद रखिएगा प्लीज। Honorable President of India, we extend a very warm and hearty welcome to Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu ji. We extend a very warm and hearty welcome to Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu ji, and all the esteemed dignitaries. The National Anthem of India. माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी का हम हृदय से स्वागत करते हैं, अभिनंदन करते हैं. We also welcome the distinguished dignitaries on the dais. Honorable Justice V. Ramasubramanian, Chairperson, National Human Rights Commission. Honorable Dr. Justice Vidyut Ranjan Sarangi, Member NHRC. Srimati Vijaya Bharti Sayani, Honorable Member NHRC. respected Shri Bharat Lal, Secretary General NHRC, and Ms. Areti Siani, UN Resident Coordinator in India. We also extend a very hearty welcome to all the guests and participants. Human Rights Day marks the anniversary of the UN's adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, a pivotal document that serves as the bedrock for global human rights. This day isn't just a date, it is a call to action, a reminder of shared values, and a commitment to building a world where justice and peace prevail. तो आइए आज हम फिर अपने आप को पुनः समर्पित करें मानवाधिकार की लॉ को दोनों हाथों से संजोने के लिए I now request Secretary General, National Human Rights Commission, respected Shri Bharat Lal, to kindly deliver welcome address.
Good morning to all of you. Namaskar. On behalf of the National Human Rights Commission, India, it is my privilege to extend a very warm welcome to each one of you as we gather here to celebrate Human Rights Day. We are deeply honored by the gracious presence of the Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu. Madam President, thank you for joining us today. Your presence underscores the nation's collective commitment to protecting the dignity, freedom, and rights of every individual. Honorable President, Srimati Draupadi Murmu life is a remarkable reflection of India's spirit and our civilizational values. Born into a humble tribal family in rural Odisha, she experienced the aspirations and struggles of communities at the margins. These lived experiences shaped a lifelong dedication to justice, compassion, and equal opportunity to all. From her early years as a school teacher to her distinguished public service in Odisha, she championed improving the life and dignity of people by focusing on rural development, education, women empowerment, and the rights of tribal communities with exceptional sensitivity. As Governor of Jharkhand, she upheld constitutional morality with integrity and courage. Now, as President of India, she continues to guide the nation with a clear moral compass, reminding us that human rights are not abstract principles, but everyday lived experiences of people and duties of each one of us that strengthen the fabric of our democracy. Thank you, Madam President. I extend a warm welcome to the Chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission, Justice V. Ramasubramanian. His distinguished judicial career and a steadfast commitment to constitutional and moral values continues to steer the Commission with clarity and resolve. His guidance and leadership at the NHRC have been shaping the human rights discourse. I also welcome the honorable members of the Commission, Dr. Justice Vidyut Ranjan Sarangi and Srimati Vijaya Bharati Sayani. Honorable members are pillar of strength in our collective endeavor to protect and promote human rights of all. I also welcome Ms. Areti Siani, in charge Resident Coordinator, United Nations, who is present here. Thank you very much for your gracious presence. On behalf of the NHRC, I welcome Honorable Chairperson and members of the National Commissions, members of Lokpal, State Human Rights Commissions, Niti Aayog, member of the diplomatic community, former judges, senior officers, civil society, academia, legal fraternity, and human rights defenders. Your presence enriches the occasion. As we all know, Human Rights Day is to commemorate the adoption of Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, a most referred document that continues to inspire humanity's collective pursuit of equality and justice. This year's theme, Human Rights, Everyday Essential, reminds us that right must be lived, practiced, and protected every day by everyone at everywhere. We are grateful to Dr. P.K. Mishra, Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, who delivered the keynote address at this morning National Conference on ensuring everyday essential public service and dignity for all. Today's conference, coinciding with the Human Rights Day, is having two sessions: basic amenities to all, human right approach, and ensuring public services and dignity for all, wherein eminent person and domain experts will be sharing their insight. I welcome all eminent speakers for sparing their time and be with us. Thank you very much. The conference is to translate principle into action, leading to everyday lived experiences. The National Human Rights Commission is a people's institution. It always stands with the people, especially the most vulnerable who need it most. It is for them. इनफैक्ट हिंदी में हम लोग कहते हैं कि राष्ट्रीय मानवाधिकार आयोग भारत के लोगों की संस्था है, ये लोगों के लिए है और हमेशा लोगों के साथ है. Toward this end, it continues to focus on strengthening accessibility. Today, Honorable President of India will be launching NHRC mobile app, enabling every complaint filing, real-time tracking, and access to Commission's various material, information, education, and communication resources. Also, our national annual journal in English and Nai Disha in Hindi are being released today. With eminent person penning their thoughts in these journals, it will further deepen public understanding of human rights issues. As we mark Human Rights Day 2025, we affirm that human dignity is our shared responsibility. Madam President, guided by your inspiring presence, today we collectively renew our commitment to building a just, inclusive, and equitable society. The society where every person is treated with respect and live with dignity. Should be proud of daily experiences at home, public spaces, and workplaces. Collectively, we need to create an environment and facilitate rather ensure that everyone realizes their full potential. With these words, once again, I welcome you all to this Human Rights Day celebration. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, respected Secretary General Shri Bharatlal. May I now request Honorable Justice Shri V. Ramasubramanian, Chairperson, National Human Rights Commission, to kindly present a memento to Honorable President of India as a gesture of our immense respect. Thank you, Honorable President of India. Thank you, sir. May I now call upon Ms. Areti Siani, UN Resident Coordinator in India, to kindly read the message of the UN Secretary General.
Namaskar and good morning. Honorable President of India, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the United Nations in India, it is my honor to read the message of the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres on Human Rights Day 2025. Nearly 80 years ago, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights defined what every person needs to survive and thrive. It was a philosophical and political breakthrough, and it has been the bedrock of our global community ever since. Human rights, civil, political, economic, social, and cultural, are inalienable, indivisible, and interdependent. But recent years have brought a shrinking of civic space. We have grave violations that signal a flagrant disregard for rights and a callous indifference to human suffering. Together, we have the power to confront these injustices by protecting the institutions that make human rights a lived reality. Every day, the United Nations helps people around the world realize their most basic rights. Together with civil society and governments, we deliver food and provide shelter, support education and elections, clear minds, defend the environment, empower women, and strive for peace. But we cannot do it alone. This work depends on all people, everywhere, taking a stand. When we protect the most vulnerable, when we refuse to look away, when we speak up for the institutions that speak up for us, we keep human rights alive. Our rights should never take second place to profit or power. Let us unite to protect them for the dignity and freedom of all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Today, on this momentous occasion, we are proud to release NHRC publications. I now request Honorable Justice Sri V. Ramasubramanian, Chairperson NHRC, to kindly release these publications and present the first copy to Honorable President of India. सबसे पहले नई दिशाएं, ये हिंदी जर्नल है. और अब एनुअल जर्नल इन इंग्लिश, ये इंग्लिश में जर्नल है. हमारे 2 पब्लिकेशन. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय. आज के इस शुभ अवसर पर NHRC मोबाइल ऐप का विमोचन भी किया जा रहा है. May I now request the Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu ji, to kindly launch the mobile app by pressing the remote button.
NHRC India presents a mobile app to increase human rights awareness and lodging and tracking of complaints. With just a few taps, anybody can lodge complaints of human rights violations anytime from anywhere using an easy to use interface. Complaints are instantly registered and a diary number is provided for reference. Track the complaint in real time, get updates, and stay informed at every stage. Register for internships and educational visits to understand human rights more deeply. Access curated resources, articles, and updates that empower individuals and communities.
NHRC India, a people's institution, always with the people and for the people. राष्ट्रीय मानवाधिकार आयोग, भारत के लोगों की संस्था, लोगों के लिए, लोगों के साथ. We just saw an audiovisual highlighting the key features of NHRC mobile app. May I request you to download on your phone and use it to remain connected with NHRC and its activities? Thank you so much. I now request Chairperson, National Human Rights Commission, Honorable Justice Sri V. Ramasubramanian, to kindly address this august gathering.
The most revered Honorable President of India, the honorable members of the National Human Rights Commission of India, the Secretary General, the United Nations Resident Coordinator, the honorable members of the international diplomatic community, distinguished invitees, the chairpersons and members of the various state human rights commissions, representatives of the central and state governments, human rights defenders, members of the print and electronic media. A very happy Human Rights Day to all of you. At the outset, I thank the Honorable President of India from the bottom of my heart for graciously accepting our invitation to preside over this year's Human Rights Day function. Madam, your presence here as the first citizen of this country is a morale booster for the National Human Rights Commission of India, and we are indebted to you for this kind gesture. Out of 365 or 366 days of a year, some are of special significance, while some days may be festival days of importance for a section of the society. Some may be of regional and some others may be of national importance. But if there is one day which is of international importance for all the people of all the countries, irrespective of religious, cultural, racial, linguistic, and ethnic differences, it is December 10. It is not just another day in the calendar of a year. It is a day which gave wings to the dreams, liberation to the thoughts, freedom to the expressions, courage to the convictions, and dignity to the very existence of the human race. In Delhi, the month of December is associated with winter, if not pollution. But interestingly, it is a matter of coincidence that the month of December at the international level has always been associated with human rights. The English Bill of Rights received the royal assent on 16th December 1689. The first 10 amendments to the US Constitution, known as United States Bill of Rights, got ratified on 15th December 1791, and the 13th Amendment to the US Constitution, abolishing slavery, was ratified on 6th December 1865. There are 9 core international human rights instruments, out of which 8 were adopted in the month of December of various years. Therefore, there appears to be a very strange connection between December and human rights. There are different ways of celebrating an event. We can cut cakes, distribute sweets, fire crackers, have a feast, and make ourselves happy. But a celebration associated with an important event in history, such as this, is not meant for entertainment. It is intended to prompt us to have introspection and to encourage us to redeem our pledge to promote human rights as inalienable, indivisible, and interdependent human values. It is only when human rights are elevated to the level of human values that this celebration will achieve its purpose. On March 27, 1958, Eleanor Roosevelt delivered a speech at the United Nations to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. In her speech, Eleanor Roosevelt, who chaired the Commission on Human Rights which drafted the UDHR, sought an answer to a very fundamental question. The question was, where do human rights begin? She said, I quote, human rights begin in small places, close to home, so close and so small that they cannot be seen on any maps of the world. Yet, they are the world of the individual person, the neighborhood he lives in, the school or college he attends, the factory, farm, or office where he works. Such are the places where every man, woman, and child seeks equal justice, equal opportunity, equal dignity without discrimination. Unless these rights have meaning there, they have little meaning everywhere. I unquote. Therefore, let us take this opportunity to rededicate ourselves to the cause of protecting and promoting human rights. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Chairperson NHRC, Honorable Justice Shri V. Ramasubramanian. माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया की अत्यंत गरिमामयी उपस्थिति से आज के कार्यक्रम का ओज भी बढ़ा है और मान भी बढ़ा है. May I request the Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu ji, to kindly address us and show us the future path. जोरदार तालियां माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया के लिए.
Chairperson of National Human Rights Commission, Sri Justice V. Ramasubramaniam ji, members of National Human Rights Commission, Dr. Justice Vidyut Ranjan Sodangi ji, Mrs. Vijaya Bharati Sayani, Secretary General Sri Bharat Ralji, UN Residence Coordinator in India, Mrs. Arati Sayani ji, distinguished guest, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar, Johar, good morning. I am happy to join you all for commemorating the Human Rights Day. It is an occasion to remind us that the universal human rights are unalienable and they form the bedrock of a just, equitable, and compassionate society. 77 years ago, the world came together to articulate a simple yet revolutionary truth that every human being is born free and equal in dignity and rights. India played an important role in shaping a global framework of human rights. Our freedom fighters envisioned a world rooted in human dignity, equality, and justice. Hansaben Mehta, one of the 15 women members of our Constituent Assembly, was also a member of the group engaged in the drafting of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. She suggested a foundational change to the draft. She ensured that the rights enshrined in that global charter were expressed not in terms of the rights of men, but in the inclusion and universal expression rights of all human beings. That such a historic shift was brought about by the expansive vision of an Indian woman is a matter of enduring pride for every Indian. Thus, India embraced the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as a co-creator of a universal moral covenant which resonated deeply with our civilizational ethos. Our ancient value of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means that the world is one family, is reflected in the idea of universal human rights. It is only up that India's sustained commitment to the human rights principles has been recognized globally. It is evidenced by our unopposed election to the United Nations Human Rights Council for a 3-year term, commencing in 2026 for the 7th time. Today, we also renew our ancient ideal of inclusion, captured in the words Sarve Bhavantu Sukhino, which means may everyone be happy. We renew this inclusive spirit of well-being of all as a modern pledge that no one shall be left behind, that dignity is not negotiable, and that justice must remain the birthright of every person in India. Our commitment is clear to build a nation where every individual can live with freedom, respect, and equality, and where human rights are not only protected but celebrated. Human rights are contained in the vision of our Constitution, highlighting our constitutional objectives. Baba Sahib Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar has said, we must make our political democracy a social democracy as well. Human rights promote social democracy. Human rights encompass the right to live without fear, to learn without barriers, to work without exploitation, and to age with dignity. We have reminded the world that human rights cannot be divorced from development. Also, India has always added to the timeless truth there is no peace without justice, there is no justice without peace. Ladies and gentlemen, since the year 2019, with a view to enabling a holistic view of human rights issues, chairpersons of the National Commissions for Minorities, Scheduled Tribes, Scheduled Castes, women, protection of child rights, and backward classes, along with the chief commissioners for persons with disabilities are deemed to be members in the NHRC for dealing with the core issues before the Commission. It is heartening to note that NHRC India, the state human rights commissions, along with judiciary and civil society, have functioned as alert sentinels of our constitutional conscience. देवी और स्वजनों, ये बड़ी संतोष की बात है कि पिछले कुछ वर्षों के दौरान राष्ट्रीय मानवाधिकार आयोग ने अनुसूचित जाति तथा अनुसूचित जनजाति समुदायों के लोगों तथा महिलाओं और बच्चों से जुड़े अनेक विषयों का स्वयं संज्ञान लिया है। मुझे बताया गया है कि अब तक आयोग ने लगभग 3000 मामलों का स्वयं संज्ञान लिया है। कारागारों में बंद अंडर ट्रायल लोगों से जुड़े विषय पर मैंने अपने विचार व्यक्त की थी। इस दिशा में कुछ प्रयास भी किए गए। मुझे ये जानकर प्रसन्नता हुई है कि मानव अधिकार आयोग द्वारा इस वर्ष आयोजित स्थापना दिवस समारोह के अवसर पर ह्यूमन राइट्स ऑफ प्रिजन इनमेट्स विषय पर व्यापक विचार विमर्श किया गया है। मैं आशा करती हूँ कि इस विचार विमर्श के उपयोगी परिणाम निकलेंगे। महिलाओं का सशक्तिकरण और कल्याण मानव अधिकार के प्रमुख आधार स्तंभ है। बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ अभियान के बेटियों की शिक्षा को बढ़ावा मिला है, विशेषकर उन क्षेत्रों में जहां बेटियों की संख्या कम है। मुझे ये देखकर प्रसन्नता होती है कि सरकार की अनेक प्रभावी योजनाओं के माध्यम से महिलाओं की आर्थिक भागीदारी, सम्मान और आत्मनिर्भरता को बल मिला है। मुझे ये जानकर प्रसन्नता है कि आयोग द्वारा सार्वजनिक स्थानों और कर्मस्थलों में महिलाओं की सुरक्षा के विषय पर सम्मेलन का आयोजन किया गया है। ऐसे सम्मेलनों में निकले निष्कर्ष महिलाओं की सुरक्षा और सशक्तिकरण की दिशा में महत्वपूर्ण सिद्ध हो सकते। इसके लिए मैं आयोग की पूरी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देती हूँ। शिक्षा नागरिकों के सशक्तिकरण तथा उनके मानव अधिकारों की कुंजी। एकलव्य मॉडल रेसिडेंशियल स्कूल और पीएम श्री स्कूल जैसे संस्थान गुणवत्तापूर्ण शिक्षा को सबकी पहुंच में लाते हैं। इन संस्थाओं से वंचित वर्गों के विद्यार्थियों की शिक्षा को विशेष प्रोत्साहन मिला है। देवियों स्वजन, भारत के लोग अंत्योदय में विश्वास करते हैं। अंत्योदय मीन्स जो मानवता के लास्ट पायदान पे खड़े हैं, उनको हर उसी चीज पहुंचाना चाहिए जो एक नागरिक के लिए जरूरत है। गणतांत्रिक अधिकार को साबित करने के लिए हम उन तक पहुंच जाते हैं। क्या मानव अधिकार को देने के लिए उन तक अभी तक हम पहुंचे हैं? यदि नहीं, आज से सोचना चाहिए। हम विश्वास करते हैं फर्स्ट विलेज। फर्स्ट विलेज मीन्स दो सीमा, भारत की सीमा के लास्ट में जो गांव है, वो गांव हम पहुंचे हैं? नहीं पहुंचे हैं तो आज से पहुंचना शुरू करेंगे। ये केवल कमीशन का काम नहीं है कि गवर्नमेंट का काम नहीं है, ये हम सब का भी काम है। समाज का प्रत्येक नागरिकों का कर्तव्य है कि उन लोगों को भी मानव अधिकार का हर सुविधा को मिलना चाहिए। हम लोगों का जो सपना है 2047 भारत को विकसित भारत बनाना चाहिए। इंक्लूसिव का मतलब नहीं है कि कुछ लोगों को साथ में लेना। इंक्लूसिव मतलब है 140 करोड़ लोगों को पास पहुंचना चाहिए वो सुविधा, जो सुविधा एक ऐसे लोगों को मिलता है जहां एक बड़ा आसन में बैठा है। मैं समझती हूँ जो बड़े हैं बहुत अच्छी चीज है, बड़ा बनना चाहिए, बड़े होने से ना दूसरों का सेवा करेगा, लेकिन बड़े लोगों का कभी कभी पीछे देखना चाहिए। एक लास्ट पायदान पे खड़े होना लोग कितने दूर में खड़े हैं, और 2040 तक वो मेरे पास आ पाएगा तो नहीं पाएगा, तो आज हम लोगों को सोचना चाहिए। इसलिए मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ। केवल ह्यूमन राइट्स कमीशन बहुत अच्छी चीज की केवल एक दिन नहीं, मुझे लगता है 365 दिन पालन करना चाहिए। सेलिब्रेशन हो ना हो, लेकिन आत्मिक सेलिब्रेशन होना चाहिए, पर्सनल सेलिब्रेशन होना चाहिए। Ladies and gentlemen, I feel especially happy that today the NHRC India is holding a conference on ensuring everyday essentials. This aligns well with this year's UN theme. It also reflects India's focus on ensuring that essential services like health, education, housing, and other basic amenities are accessible to every citizen. Access to justice, especially for the poor, is given special thrust. I understand that stakeholders from diverse fields are participating in the conference to deliberate on critical issues concerning everyday essentials. I am pleased with the launch of the NRC's new mobile app. I have been briefed that the app will make the complaint filing mechanism of NHRC more accessible to all. कभी कभी ऐसे जगह है जहां आप नहीं पहुंचते, उनको पहुंचाने के लिए क्या मैकेनिज्म हम बनाए, उसी दिशा में भी सोचना चाहिए। People will also be able to track the status of their complaints. It will also enable young students to reach NHRC for internship and other opportunities of learning. The NHRC gives expressions to certain ideals of the state and the society. The government of India has been translating such expressions into action on a scale never seen before. Over the last decade, we have witnessed our nation moving ahead with a different approach in entitlement to empowerment and from charity to rights. The government has been working to ensure that everyday essential services like clean water, electricity, cooking gas, healthcare, banking services, education, and improved sanitation become available to all. This uplifts every household and secures dignity. Over 40 million homes built for the poor have turned the right to shelter from dream into reality. The world's largest food security program reached approximately 800 million people. No Indian should sleep hungry in the mission program. Recently, the government has notified the implementation of a major reform for the four labor costs related to wages, industrial relations, social security, and occupational safety, healthy and working conditions. This transformative change laid the foundation for a future-ready workforce and more resilient industries. ये बहुत अच्छी चीज है। ये केवल मैं और एक बार दोहराना चाहती हूँ, केवल कमीशन या केवल गवर्नमेंट नहीं, गवर्नमेंट मशीनरीज है, ऐसे ऐसे लोग हैं, आंखें तो है देख नहीं पाते, कान है सुन नहीं पाते, मुंह है बोल नहीं पाते, उनका आंखें बनना, उनका श्रवण शक्ति बनना, उनका वॉइस बनना हम लोगों का कर्तव्य होता है, क्योंकि राइट्स है, गवर्नमेंट दे रहे हैं, लेकिन पहुंच क्यों नहीं रहे? क्योंकि वो मूक बधिर है। हम लोगों को बोलना चाहिए, गवर्नमेंट के पास ये चीज को पहुंचाना चाहिए। Together, these efforts reflect our national commitment that progress must be inclusive, reaching every corner of our country and every segment of our society. Ladies and gentlemen, today I call upon every citizen to recognize that human rights are not the sole responsibility of governments. The NHRC, civil society organization, and such other institutions. Protecting the rights and dignity of our fellow citizens is a shared duty. This duty rests with all of us as members of a compassionate and responsible society. Let us resolve to move ahead towards building Viksit Bharat, which will showcase the ideal blend of holistic development, social justice. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
धन्यवाद माननीय आपके भावपूर्ण संबोधन के लिए. I now request you all to kindly rise for the national anthem of India. Thank you, Honorable President of India, for gracing and blessing this occasion. Thank you, the esteemed dignitaries on the dais. May I request you all to kindly remain at your respective places till Honorable President departs. माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. मंचा सिंह जो हमारे गणमान्य अतिथिगण रहे उनका भी धन्यवाद. आप सभी से निवेदन है कृपया कुछ देर अपने ही स्थान पर रहें जब तक कि माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया प्रस्थान कर रही हैं. इसके बाद का सेशन जो है वो हाई टी के बाद शुरू होगा. The next session will start after Thank you. Good afternoon and a warm welcome to everyone present here. We are honored to have amongst us distinguished guests, respected speakers, and esteemed members from the government ministries, judiciary, academia, and civil society. It is a privilege to welcome you all. Today, we have gathered for the National Conference on Ensuring Everyday Essentials, Public Services and Dignity for All to celebrate the Human Rights Day today. On this note, we will commence with the first session of the day titled Basic Amenities to All, a Human Rights Approach. The theme stresses that essential amenities underpin human rights and inclusive development and explores how a human rights based approach can shift policy from welfare provision to genuine empowerment. I will now like to take this opportunity to introduce the respected chair for the session. We are deeply honored to have with us today Honorable Justice Shri V. Ramasubramanian, Honorable Chairperson, National Human Rights Commission. Justice V. Ramasubramanian, a former judge of the Supreme Court of India, began his legal career at Madras High Court and later served in Hyderabad and Telangana High Courts before becoming the Chief Justice of Himachal Pradesh High Court. His career reflects a commitment to upholding justice across various levels of judiciary. We welcome you, sir. For the panelists of the session, we have with us Srimati Vijaya Bharti Sayani, member NHRC, is a lawyer, educationist, and a dedicated social worker with over 45 years of experience in empowering women, children, and youth. A former central government additional standing counsel for the Telangana High Court, she has led extensive and legal social advocacy initiatives. Dr. V.K. Paul is a member of Niti Aayog, leading India's national priorities in health, nutrition, and education. A globally respected medical scientist and a public health expert, he has played a pivotal role in shaping landmark initiatives like Ayushman Bharat and Poshan Abhiyan, and led the national COVID-19 task force. He is a former head of the pediatrics at AIIMS New Delhi and a recipient of the prestigious WHO Family Health and Foundation Prize. We also have Dr. Shamika Ravi, who is a renowned economist and a member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India. She has previously served in the leadership roles at the Brookings India and the Observer Research Foundation. Her research focuses on development economics, covering areas such as finance, healthcare, urbanization, gender equality, and poverty. With over 20 years of teaching experience, she has contributed extensively to academic journals and public policy discourse. We are pleased to have you all with us today. Before the session commences, may I request Gaurav Garg, DIG NHRC, to kindly felicitate the dignitaries with planters. Sir, may I now request you to present planters to our panelist, to Srimati Vijaya Bharti Sayani, Honorable Member NHRC. To Dr. V.K. Paul, Honorable Member Niti Aayog. To Dr. Shamika Ravi, Member Prime Minister Economic Advisory Council. Thank you, sir. May I now request the chair to begin the deliberations for the session.
My dear panelists, I think we have started 10 minutes late. We have started this session 10 minutes late. Therefore, that also gives me an opportunity not to speak. I have already made 2 addresses, first in the inaugural session and then in the Human Rights Day function. I believe that to give a third speech would be to violate the human rights of people who have come here on our invitation. So let us straight away get into business. I would now call upon, if I have anything to say and if there is still time left at the end, I will say something meaningful. Try to say something meaningful. May I now call upon my dear colleague, Srimati Vijaya Bharati Sayani, to share her thoughts on the topic for this session, Basic Amenities to All, a Human Rights Approach. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar, respected Honorable Chairperson, Mananiya Justice Ramasubramaniam Garu, and other dignitaries on dais, Dr. Shamika Ravi, Member Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, and Dr. V.K. Paul, Honorable Member Niti Ayog, and all other distinguished panels, senior officials, and honored guests. It is my privilege to welcome you to the first session of this national conference on the theme Ensuring Everyday Essentials, Public Services and Dignity for All. As we gather on the occasion of Human Rights Day, we are reminded that human rights are rooted not in extraordinary situations, but in the simple, everyday essentials that enable individuals to live with dignity and purpose. Providing basic amenities to every human being is not merely an act of social welfare. It is a fundamental expression of human rights. The idea that every individual deserves dignity, equality, and a decent standard of living forms the foundation of modern human rights principles. Basic amenities such as safe drinking water, nutritious food, housing, education, health care, sanitation, and a clean environment are not luxurious. They are essential conditions for life, health, and human dignity. These frameworks recognize that without basic amenities, individuals cannot enjoy their full civil, political, social, or economic rights. Human rights are interdependent. Denial of basic amenities leads to denial of equality, development, and freedom. Human rights are not just constitutional terms. They are visible in our daily life. In the food a family gets, in the water a household receives, in the health services a citizen can access, in the respect a human being receives from public institutions. Our Constitution guarantees life under Article 21, which includes dignity. But dignity is not a one time right, it is something that must be felt every day through essential services. Public services are the foundation of human rights. When a poor person gets clean water, when a child is able to go to school without fear, when a patient is treated with respect in a hospital, when a woman walks safely on the road, that is when human rights become meaningful. Human rights start not in courts, but in homes, schools, hospitals, ration shops, police stations, and public offices. Every citizen should be able to access public services without discrimination, without humiliation, without fear. Chanakya's vision of public welfare. More than 2000 years ago, Chanakya, we call him as Kautilya also, laid down powerful principles in the Ardhashastra. Those principles are still relevant for modern governance. Chanakya said, Praja Sukhe Sukham Rajasya. The happiness of the people is the happiness of the state. If the people are deprived, the nation cannot progress. He also said, Raja Prajanam Sevakaha. The ruler is the servant of the people. This one sentence tells us what public service should look like. It should be accountable, accessible, and respectful. He emphasized that officials should never intimidate, insult, or neglect the people. Discipline, honesty, and humanity were the core of governance. Chanakya wanted that when officials ignored people's needs, the downfall of the state begins. The downfall of the state begins. This ancient wisdom fits perfectly with our modern human rights framework. Essentials for daily life are non negotiable rights. Let us look at the essential that from the minimum dignity of life. Food security. No one in this country should go hungry. PDS, nutrition programs, Anganwadis must be transparent, efficient, and universal. Clean drinking water. Water is elixir of life. Access to safe and adequate drinking water is a human right. Health, affordable, timely, and respectful medical care is essential. Health services must be particularly sensitive to women, children, elderly persons, persons with disabilities, and transgender persons. Education, Swami Vivekananda said, education is the manifestation of perfection in man. Education is the most powerful tool of empowerment and enlightenment. Schools must be safe, inclusive, and capable of nurturing every child, regardless of caste, gender, income, or religion. Shelter and sanitation. Habitable shelter, toilets, drainage, and waste management are not luxuries. They are fundamental to healthy and dignified life. Dignity must be at the heart of service delivery. Public service is not just about giving services, it is about how those services are given. A public servant is not doing charity to the man who approaches him. The man who approaches him is his master. A citizen should not be made to run from counter to counter. They should not be spoken to harshly. They should not be humiliated because of poverty, caste, gender, disability, or identity. Dignity is not only a matter of policy, it is a matter of attitude. A police station should inspire trust. A hospital should give comfort. A school should give confidence. A government office should exhibit empathy. This is the culture of dignity that we must build. Inclusion of vulnerable and marginalized communities. As a nation, we are responsible for those who need our support the most. Women and children, elderly persons, persons with disabilities, transgender persons, migrant laborers, SC/ST communities, homeless persons, daily wage workers. Chanakya clearly said that a state is judged by how it treats its weakest people. NHS stands firmly for the protection of these communities, ensuring they receive essential services, protection, and respect. Accountability and transparency. For public services to be effective, there must be clear standards of service delivery. There must be monitoring and grievances redressal. There must be zero tolerance for corruption or negligence. Accountability is not to punish, but to ensure that service reaches the person who needs it most. Technology must include, not exclude. Digital governance is a powerful tool, but it must leave behind rural communities, elderly people, or those without smartphones. We must create digital systems that are simple, multilingual, and accessible for all. Online portals, helplines, information desks, all must aim to empower citizens, not trouble them. Community participation. Real change happens when communities are educated, aware, and involved. Gram Sabhas, local committees, youth groups, women's collectives all plays a vital role in monitoring service delivery and ensuring dignity for everyone. NHRC firmly states that development is not complete unless basic amenities reach the last person. Infrastructure alone is not development. Human development happens only when clean water, sanitation, health, and social protection are accessible to all. NHRC's periodic reports on migrant workers, rural health, and urban homeless reflects the strong commitment. Before I conclude, I want to highlight one more important point. Every nation has a culture, a living life force that guides its values. It is essential for us to reflect on what our own culture teaches us regarding our today's topic. Vedas, Rigveda says, Sarve bhavantu sukinaha. Sarve santu niramaya. May all be happy. May all be free from illness. The Vedas emphasizes health, well-being and security for every human being. A foundation for basic amenities like health care, food, water and safety. Upanishad says, ईशावासम इदम सर्वम यत्किंच जगत्याम जगतु तेन त्यक्तेन भुंजीता मागृदः कस्य सिद्धनः. It means the entire world's resources belongs to all and ought to be shared by all. No one should monopolize resources. Everyone has the right to food, water and shelter and equal accesses. Rama Rajya. Ramayana talks about Ramo Rajyam Upasita Dharmena. Rama governed the kingdom with righteousness and ensured the welfare of all. A righteous government must ensure food, security, safety, shelter, sanitation, and peaceful living for all citizens. Mahabharata, food as fundamental duty. Annadanam Paramdanam, giving food is the highest form of service. Mahabharata considers food a sacred right and feeding the hungry a moral obligation. Affirm the right to nutrition and basic sustenance. Bhagavad Gita says, Samoham Sarva Bhuteshu, Mama Atma Sarva Bhutatma, Atmavat Sarva Bhuteshu. I am equal in all beings. No one is superior or inferior. Every human being deserves equal dignity and equal access to essential services. Basis for non-discrimination in health, housing, education, and livelihood. Dignity for all is the real indicator of national progress. A nation can build big roads and tall buildings, but true progress is seen only when even the poorest person feels respected in every public place. When an elderly woman gets her pension without struggle, when a child gets a meal in school, when a pregnant woman receives proper health care, when a transgender person is treated with dignity, when a migrant worker receives shelter and safety, that is when human rights are alive. The king has no higher duty than the welfare of his people. As NHRC, our role is not only to protect rights, but to ensure that every citizen, every day, in every corner of this country feels the dignity they rightfully deserve. Thank you. Jai Hind and Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Madam Vijay Bhartisayani. That was a lawyer's powerful presentation. He's a lawyer by profession. So fortunately, for me, she never argued before me when I was a judge of any court. So after having heard a lawyer's powerful presentation, I think it's time for us to listen to a doctor. Dr. V.K. Paul is a pediatrician. So let us look at his views. Then we'll go to the economics part of it later.
Thank you, sir. Honorable dignitaries on the dais, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Since morning, a lot has already been spoken. I'll attempt to amplify some of those ideas and maybe a few additional ones through a humble submission. Now, WHO defines health as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. State of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. Unquote. We'll keep this in mind. Health is about physical health, it's about mental health, and also a social well-being. It's encompassed in the understanding of overall what health stands for. In India, the right to health is not explicitly stated as a fundamental right. However, the judiciary has interpreted it as such under Article 21 of the Constitution, considering it an extension of the right to life. And through various judgments delivered by the country's multiple high level courts, The right to life is now interpreted as encompassing the basic right to health and medical care. It's a starting point. And indeed, like other domains of social well being, health continues to have inequalities. The rich suffer less health infirmities, different diseases. The poor have the baggage of the unfinished agenda of communicable diseases more than the rich, or tend to have lower nutritional status of their children, more anemia, and so on. Inequalities exist. As the Honorable President said, we have the frame of protecting the right, but are we there? And that is a challenge that continues to beset us in our great nation as of now. Health has multiple determinants. There are direct determinants, say a virus, which imposes illness, say an infirmity in the immune system that leads to onset of cancer, for example, biological determinants. There are epidemiological determinants that epidemiologically certain populations are more predisposed to certain diseases, disorders, and nutritional uh, issues. But there are social determinants, there are environmental determinants, and increasingly we are also seeing commercial determinants of health. And let me touch upon the last one. Commercial determinants, a visible, a good example is promotion of tobacco, promotion of foods that create imbalances, metabolic imbalances in the body and lead to coronary artery disease and liver disease and so on and so forth. So health, you look at health as a broad health, it has immediate determinants, etiological agents, and disturbances in the body systems triggered by genetics, triggered by environment, and so on. And then there are other determinants, including social, commercial, epidemiological determinants beyond biology. I like to start by bringing to your kind attention what India has done in the space of two important determinants which are in the outer circle of this paradigm. One, water. Two, sanitation. These have been mentioned this morning. But let me take up, of course, Swachh Bharat Mission, 12 crore, that's 120 million toilets have been developed. The rural India is open defecation free. And this has, and this will have a strong impact on the health care status of our populations. Waterborne diseases have been a bane for millennia. Infections lead to undernutrition. This will change. There are estimates that we are saving 60 to 70,000 child deaths on a daily basis because of the Swachh Bharat mission being implemented and so on. Likewise, we believe that waterborne diseases in adults, including hepatitis, including uh, diarrheal disease, other infections, typhoid, all will be impacted. Protecting the right to life, protecting right to health. Jal Jeevan Mission, I need to mention the scale here. When the Jal Jeevan Mission was started, rural India's 17% households has had water supply into their home, potable water supply into their home, 17%. Today, this is 83% in a span of about 5 years. Unimaginable. At one stage, there was one tap connection being implemented every second, every second. And if you do the maths, every morning the lives of 3.5 lakh people were changing because a tap connection which wasn't there yesterday was now available. The expanse and speed of this needs to take into account that at the end of this mission, we would have got water connection, safe water supply for health and convenience in as many households as they exist today in the US. That's 33 crore population. Okay, 33 crore. Brazil, 21 crore. UK, about 6 crore. Put together all this population, and over 5 to 6 to 7 years, we would have given water supply to these households in one go, which these countries achieved for many, many years. The point why I took up water and sanitation in the beginning is because the best gains in health, or the historic gains in health in the West, happened well before penicillin was invented. And that happened through water supply and sanitation. And we are catching up, but we're catching up very effectively. My second point relates to the rubric of universal health coverage leading to achievement of right to health. Universal health coverage as a concept means that people, populations, citizens have access to health care that they need without without financial stress. Two components. So I get my services, but then I do not suffer financial losses, let's say beyond a point, in accessing the health services. So there's two components: financial protection and access, and quality access. That's universal health coverage. It's an SDG, I would say, goal and a vision. And on that, India has made huge progress. Pick up the Ayushman Bharat PMJ, which has been mentioned this morning. Its cover today is 60 crore people. It includes, to begin with, it included 10.74 crore families, meant to cover about 50 crore individuals, the bottom 40%. That was the vision behind it, 2 quintiles. Now, the government have added, irrespective of the financial status, 70 years and above population is included in the ambit, and that takes us to 600 million coverage. State governments on their own have added on top of this PMJ cohort additional population which they pay for through their budget on their own, the additional part. If you add that, that's 700 million, 70 crore. You add ESI coverage, another 10 crore. And imagine how much universal health coverage is now being sort of expanded in our nation, uh, which is unheard of, which wasn't there only a few years ago. Through this, yesterday, 71,000 admissions in the PMJ, core PMJ. 71,000 admissions were made in the country yesterday for secondary and tertiary inpatient care. That's what it covers. And on a daily basis, these individuals, these citizens, these brethren and sisters and children of our nation are getting their care. We appreciate, and Shamika ji may like to talk about how it is impacting lives. I leave that for her. But the fact remains that perhaps by now we have reimbursed equivalent of 150 billion US dollar to the people through this mechanism when you do the estimates from the very beginning. Every year, 2 crore people, 2 crore plus people are making use of it. I'll come the oops, I leave, and catastrophic expenses. I would urge Shamika to do the job. I want to emphasize the access it has brought. When we were designing this particular mission, we had data from the previous NSS survey, which said that these 2 quintiles seek care to the tune of 1.74% every year for secondary, tertiary requirement. So we said, okay, that serves as a number. The higher quintiles seek care to the tune of 4%, 5%. Middle class is about 4%, higher 5, and then West, like West, it becomes 5 to 6%. When the scheme began, it turned out that the care seeking by the beneficiaries was actually around 1.8%. Today it is 3%. 3% of all beneficiaries are seeking care. Can you imagine? Almost, how much unmet need it has covered in terms of numbers, in terms of access, and in terms of services as complex as a heart surgery, as complex as a knee replacement, as complex as critical care in the unit, in the critical care unit, and as complex as cancer, which is one of the most used packages. Access has improved. Is it perfect? Not yet. Is it covering everybody who needs? Not yet. But it is a huge progress, and we should rise together to make sure that the access increase is even further and people get connected to this. Overall, out of pocket expenditure in 2013-14 was 64% of total health expenditure. It has dropped 2 years ago to 39%. The rest, Shamika ji may like to elaborate. Now, this is the famous PMJ is the better known brother, twin brother of Ayushman Bharat original family. This other pillar of Ayushman Bharat, announced simultaneously in 2018, was Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Center mission, the comprehensive primary healthcare mission through Ayushman Arogya Mandirs, as we call these health and wellness centers today. I want to mention here that India is building the most robust, most comprehensive primary healthcare system today. I want you to please appreciate that the real big thing that's happening, among others indeed, but to me, the most important thing that's happening is how we are strengthening, and we should strengthen further, India's primary healthcare system. More than 85% of disorders and problems are addressed at primary healthcare. That's where the action takes place. And we are into that job. Secondary, tertiary, a bridge has been created. Public private hospitals are engaged in that PMJ system. I talked about that. But the real big achievement that India looks forward to is a strong, comprehensive primary healthcare system through Ayushman Arogya Mandirs. At sub-center level, original sub-center, 6,000 population has an Arogya Mandir. At PSC level, 30,000 population. Together, 1,77,000 Ayushman Arogya Mandirs have been put in place. This is a silent revolution, both urban and even more so in the rural areas. I want Bhagidari to be more visible in this regard. And I'll tell you why. What we have done so far, state and the union put together, that the erstwhile sub-center PHC's infrastructure has been augmented. And you'll be surprised perhaps to know that 1,25,000 additional providers have been deployed. ये चुपचाप हो गया 1,25,000 उनको जॉब्स भी है और वर्कफोर्स है हेल्थ की 1,25,000 plus. These are typically graduate nurses, the mid-level providers who are working already in place for Ayushman Arogya Mandirs. All Ayushman Arogya Mandirs have telemedicine facility. So there's a bigger team, better infrastructure, and there is a commitment for 105 medicines for the sub-center Arogya Mandir and 170 free medicines for the PSC, 42 diagnostics for PSC level free, and 12 or 14 for the sub-center. The point I'm making is that a huge revolution and a commitment is being rolled out today. Again, are all the medicines available everywhere? A lot, but more needs to be done. Supply chains have to improve, efficiencies have to improve. And the primary healthcare, India's vision for primary healthcare breaks down into 12 packages. The original communicable disease, maternal, newborn child health is included. But what has been added are the following. Non-communicable diseases, and I need to return to that briefly. Mental health, care of the elderly, eye care, ENT care, palliation. All begin their entry closest to the people through this team, then connected digitally and more. And using Abha ID, 83 crore Abha digital IDs have been done. A lot would happen in future. But I wish to come to non-communicable diseases, which are two-thirds cause of mortality in India today. Commitment, the vision. Every Indian above the age of 30 will undergo blood pressure check, annual blood pressure and diabetes check. And it's getting rolled out. Abnormality, confirmation, treatment, free treatment through the system available to people through the system that I mentioned. Diabetes, then control. What we need to do is to now streamline these systems because the goal is not screening. The goal is control of blood pressure and control of blood sugar. And it means that today, if there is no, this is not existing, if prevalence of high blood pressure is more 33% above 30 years, I go out and I find 1 out of 3 have abnormal blood pressure. If I go after 2 years and I do the survey, the blood pressure, abnormal blood pressure is 20%, whether primary prevention through lifestyle change or through medication. That's how it works. The goal is less number of us have abnormality in our system. Less number of us have abnormal blood sugar. We need your support in this regard. This will protect the most important thing, if you ask me, is to strengthen comprehensive primary healthcare system for future. This is what would deliver our health goals of 2047. Please remember, today's, as I said, mortality is due to non-communicable diseases. Then we, of course, screening 3 cancers, oral, cervical, and breast cancer every 3 to 5 years through the same system. Because mortality is related to these chronic diseases, either we prevent them primordially, sure, we should work for that, but not easy. Reducing obesity, we can get into it. I like to know at population level where obesity has been reduced. We should continue to strive, individually, all of us. The second bet is screen and control. That's it. So many of us have blood pressure here. We control, we protect. That's what every citizen must do. Where would this happen? Not in hospitals, not at tertiary care, at the primary care, next door. And that's what we are building. And I want us to align to this movement. Tell us how this can be done better. Can you work to create models in different settings? Where services need to be brought, specialist service, dental, I didn't mention, that's another package. Can we do that through mobile units so that dental check can be done? Can we take eye care to these sites today? And presbyopia lens and refractive error can be corrected. One arm of primary care is the care of school children. And that's very important. 10% children need glasses and they should get. How will they get? Through this system. So India's primary healthcare system through Ayushman Arogya Mandirs is making a dent. My third point and the fourth point are brief. One, we have a true chance and every chance to eliminate the following diseases from the face of India in the next 4 years. We are on track for health SDGs, but let me mention TB. We all need to come together to protect the rights of individuals who have TB. It is within our grasp. Leprosy, number 2, should go by 28. Lymphatic filariasis should go, disease of the poor. Kala-Azar, almost there. And measles and rubella, and will go. We are doing very well. But we need last miles are always tough. And we have a chance to make almost that level for elimination of malaria, for which the dateline is 2027, will protect the rights of people. Last but not the least, mental health. We heard this morning that we have an exemplary mental health act. A lot more needs to be done. Mental health crisis is important. I'm very proud that NHRC has taken up this issue and continuing to address this issue, working together. Our problem is worsening for good reasons, and we need to address this. We like to see more action, whole of society, whole of nation, and whole of government action to address this priority as well in coming years. So looking forward to developing a new national mental health program and of course work with all sections including children and school children and adolescents who are particularly predilected to a mental health disorder. I'm grateful to NHRC for the opportunity. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Paul. Uh, as we have heard a lawyer and a doctor, we have an economist, Dr. Shamika Ravi, to say that both of you may be very aspirational, but my purse does not allow me to implement all those schemes. Here is Dr. Shamika Ravi.
Namaskar, good morning. Happy Human Rights Day to everyone. I think you do need a day. We do need a day to remind us what is it all about eventually at the end of the day. Respected Justice Ramasubramaniam, Srimati Vijay Bharti Sayani ji, my elder mentor, Dr. Paul. In three references, Dr. Paul, you left the difficult questions for me to explain. But as a able economist, I'm going to try and skirt all of them by basically talking about in a democratic framework, particularly electoral democracy, why amenities as an instrument to extend dignity to the last citizen, to the last person, becomes very critical. So, why is it that the strategy that we have employed in the last 12 years of providing basic amenities to all citizens everywhere in the country is such a fundamental aspect to our development? We call it the saturation policy. So, the first thing I want to talk about is that the saturation policy means basic amenities to all citizens everywhere, all the time. But this is a dynamic concept, as it has to be. As we become more affluent, as we have more resources, that basket of what is basic amenities will continue to expand, and as it has. I'm going to talk about some of the fundamental ones and explain to you how critically it is linked to dignity. Food. Now, right to food as a fundamental right, as a basic right, as something that, as an affluent country, a country which is beginning to progress, the statistics are all telling us that India today does not have a problem of shortage of food. In fact, we are growing much more than we are consuming if you look at something like the food production index. Today, it's more about distribution. Today, it is about nutritional security, not so much about food security. So, what kind of food are we eating? And here the statistics will tell you, because again, India has massive amounts of data. And to the youngsters in the room, I also want to encourage you, go and look at that data. That's how you learn. Most people think they know India. But till you really look at the details, block level variations across the country, we have close to 800 districts. An average district is 2 million people. It's a very large country. So anything that we say on an average, you want to be able to test it everywhere in the country. Today, even the poorest 20% is eating less carbohydrates. We are eating less rice and wheat. Not you and me. The poorest Indian is also eating less rice and wheat and is eating more fresh fruits, is eating more milk products, etc. We are moving towards what is nutritional security. And it is in the form of enhanced dignity. Think of the toilet scheme. Now, when we used to write about why India has to become open defecation free, almost all the literature, and I myself must admit, we all wrote about why being open defecation free is important for health metric, for public health outcomes, neonatal mortality, waterborne diseases, etc., etc. But while we have attained those, because 120 million toilets did get built, a less appreciated point is, which came out in the form of a Lancet study, that the building of these toilets in rural India in particular are very closely associated with 22% reduction in assault on girls and women, 14% reduction in rapes. If that is not dignity, what is? Because you are giving an amenity which is fundamentally linked to gender, number one. Number two, women, young girls are particularly vulnerable during morning hours, evenings, isolated when they're going out into the open. So what this has done, this scheme has basically reinstated something which is so fundamental to human dignity. And the data shows that that is the case. When we look at access to bank account, drinking water, electricity, LPG, all these statistics, it's overwhelming. Because for a long time, we got used to not having these. So that was one normal. Today, there is a new normal. Of course, for a developing country which is getting richer and we are growing, the world's largest, fastest growing economy of the world, the aspiration in terms of what should it translate into quality of life of an average citizen in the form of basic amenities also must keep evolving. That's why it's part of our day-to-day conversations as well. Do you know that in the last 12 years, since the household consumption expenditure survey from NSS became available, India has lifted 302 million people out of poverty. This is the Rangarajan poverty line, which is not absolute poverty, which is not destitution. कि भूखमरी से लोग मर रहे हैं. That's not what we are saying. We are saying poverty measured as food, basic health, education, rental, conveyance. So this is moderate poverty. 302 million people have been lifted in the last 12 years. A lot of that is directly linked to this amenities route. The fact that people have more resources in their hand is translating into better quality of life. Poverty is a very critical metric, therefore, for even economists like us, because eventually what does growth translate into? So GDP per capita is not the way to look at it. You want to look at a fast growing economy and a commensurate reduction in poverty. This is not the story of a few states of the country. This is not an urban story. It's an all India. It's a pan India story. That's what the poverty reduction story is about. Now, for a plural democracy like ours, it's also important to look at which segment of the demography is gaining. So we can look at Hindu population, Muslim population, urban population, rural population, SCs and STs, because a lot of our policies are framed for different kinds of social groups. Do you know what used to be the poverty for Muslim households in urban India in 2011-12? 40%. Do you know what that number is today? It's close to 5%. Tribals in India, scheduled tribes, used to have a poverty rate of close to 50%, 49.6 in particular, to be precise. Today, that number is down to 9%. These are massive changes that have happened in the country, and it's important to know that each of these things is therefore directly linked to quality of life, and we call it dignity. But as the chair mentioned, my job here is not just to measure what improvements of average quality of life is. Part of my job as an economist is to also highlight that, look, there is a trade-off. You are paying for this. So there is an affordability angle to this. We cannot frame laws like a first world economy. Ye bhi de do, isko bhi right bana do, make everything a right. I think that's a lazy way to do public policy. Because there is an affordability problem. And let me explain it. Even at the height, in fact, 50s and 60s, despite the economist Mahalanobis repeatedly advising the Prime Minister Pandit Nehru that, you know, this might be too premature for a country like ours to instate a minimum wage legislation in the form in which, sir, you want to bring it. Because a country like Japan has had 100 years of growth, economic growth, before you bring in these kind of legislations. And we did. We did not listen to the experts at that point because we believe we want to have certain kinds of entitlements, even those that we actually cannot afford. That is directly linked to the fact that it slowed down industrialization in India to a very large extent. Your economic growth gets hindered if you're going to raise the cost because we entitle something. Think of when we did National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. It's one of our most important welfare schemes. It has always stood us well in times of duress, including the COVID pandemic. But you know, even at the height of NREGA, only 55 to 60 days of employment has been given, though a rural household is guaranteed 100 days. Now, what does that tell you? That there are capacity constraints. We do have capacity constraints when it comes to giving those rights which we legislate and we believe that the job is done. Because if we can't afford it, then what does it mean for that right of that citizen? How many Indians are going to the courts or to the government to say that my rights have been violated because I only got X number of and I'm entitled? So the recourse in terms of what we are extending as rights, because it's a dynamic concept, it's important to look at affordability. I want to spend exactly 1 minute on right to justice. You all know the statistics. I don't have to belabor you with these. But right to speedy and affordable justice is also something very fundamental. It's almost like a bedrock for not just the economy, because you want quick conflict resolution, contract enforcement, but it's also for individuals who are stuck in these kind of systems which delay, and therefore there are big opportunity cost. The last point, because Dr. Paul spoke about lifestyle diseases and why we are going to make screening available for everyone everywhere. Yes, you can do that because you can afford it, but we cannot talk of rights without talking of duties as well. Do you know what the statistics tells us? That the bottom 40% of our population in rural India spends more on pan, tobacco and gutka than it does on health or education. How can we only talk about rights? And when does the state begin to then take into account these real behavioral features of what exists on the ground? That also that has to go into policy making. It does in the form of higher cost, because Ayushman Bharat will now cost us more because lifestyle diseases are closely linked with pan, tobacco, gutka. So on one side, while we continue to expand services, we also must have an honest conversation. And what are the duties? What is good behavior? And that is the role for society, the intelligentsia, the civil society in general. So, as an economist, I end my talk by saying that there is a budget constraint. There is always a trade off. It cannot be win win without thinking of what are those trade offs, not just in terms of pecuniary money, but also behaviorally. How can we aspire to be Vikasit Bharat 2047 only on the back of rights? Duties are very, very fundamental to this growth story as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to tell you that this session is to be from 12:15 to 1:15. Though we started about 8 minutes late, we have concluded 1 minute in advance. So Dr. Shamika spoke about the financial constraints. I know we have time constraints too. And almost all the speakers covered food, food security, etc. I was worried because our lunch is at 2:30. So all of us certainly have food security here. With this, I don't think we have time for a question and answer session. Probably my colleague, Dr. Bidit Ranjan Sarangi, who is going to chair the next session, may have more time if all the speakers stick to the time allotted to them. I have the liberty to tell the speakers in the next session, though I did not think about telling it in my own session. Thank you very much.
So we do have momentum. Thank you, speakers, for this insightful session. To bring an end to the session, I would request Lieutenant Colonel Virendra Singh, Director, NHRC, to present mementos to the respected speakers as a token of our appreciation. To Honorable Justice Shri V. Ramasubramanian, to Srimati Vijaya Bharti Sayani, to Dr. V.K. Paul, to Dr. Shamika Rapi, I think,
May I now request the dignitaries to kindly take their seat in the auditorium. We will begin with the next session shortly.
We will now commence with today's second session of the day, which is titled Ensuring Public Service and Dignity for All. May I take this auspicious opportunity to introduce the distinguished dignitaries of the panel. The chair for the second session is Dr. Justice Bidut Ranjan Sarangi, Honorable Member of NHRC. Honorable Dr. Justice Vidut Rajan Sarangi is an eminent Indian jurist and former Chief Justice of Jharkhand High Court, now serving as a member of the National Human Rights Commission. He is renowned for his intellectual rigor, remarkable prolific judicial work at the Orissa High Court. He has completed a long 27 years of practice at the bar and has authored numerous landmark judgments, which has given him rich legal and judicial experience of 3 decades. During his tenure at the Orissa High Court, he has disposed a record number of cases of more than 1,52,000 and has nearly delivered 1,500 reported judgments in the disposition of the justice to the public at large. The distinguished panelists we have today with us are Sri Sudhansh Pant, Secretary of the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. Prior to this, he was also Chief Secretary of the Rajasthan and held major union government roles, including Secretary, Health and Family Affairs, where he steered COVID-19 vaccination logistics and national public health reforms, and Secretary, Ports and Shipping Waterways, where he advanced port modernization and coastal connectivity initiatives. Known for his steady solution oriented leadership, Mr. Pant now oversees ministry's flagship programs on disability empowerment, senior citizen welfare, SC/ST development, and drug de addiction services, bringing more than 3 decades of government's experience to the nation's social agenda. Next panelist we have with us is Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar. He is the CEO of Unique Identification Authority of India, an accomplished technocrat administrator with a gold medal in engineering from NIT Kurukshetra. He has previously held key leadership roles in the Ministry of Electronics and IT and in the government of Uttar Pradesh across finance, MSME, sports and youth welfare, animal husbandry, dairy and fishery development, and technical education sectors. Known for his strategic clarity and strong grounding in digital governance, Mr. Bhuvesh Kumar now oversees the expansion and modernization of Aadhaar, steering India's identity infrastructure towards greater security, accessibility, and innovation. The final panelist for the second session we have with us is Ms. Sunita Narayan, Director General for Center of Science and Environment. She also serves as the editor of Down to Earth, India's leading environmental magazine. Through her leadership and advocacy, Ms. Narayan has championed critical issues such as air pollution, community water management, pesticide regulation, and sustainable urbanization. Ms. Narayan has been honored with Padma Shri by the Government of India and has also been featured in Times Magazine's list for 100 influential people. We welcome you all, sir. We are very pleased to have you all with us today. Before this session commences, may I request Mr. Anjani Anuj, Presenting Officer NHRC, to kindly facilitate the dignitaries with the planters. So may I now request you to present the planter to our chair, Dr. Justice Bidut Rajan Sarangi. To our panelist, Mr. Sudhansh Pant. To Mr. Bhuvesh Kumar. And to Ms. Sunita Narayan. May I now request the chair to please begin the deliberations for the second session.
Good afternoon. It is a great day for us that we are observing Humanist Day here. And I believe that you have already been heard very eminent persons of the country and you must be gaining some knowledge about all this thing. But I just point out some basic needs. Reason being that when a person burns roti, कपड़ा और मकान ये तीनों चीज उनके लिए बहुत जरूरत है. If he thinks about this minimum requirement of food, cloth and shelter, then what more is required to do? That is very, very important thing for us to consider. And today is a day of celebration, but I feel that it is a day of introspection, that even if 1948 Universal Declaration of Rights have come up, then have we achieved the goal which have been given under this Human Rights Declaration? If not, then what to do? Then question is that we are making very beneficial schemes for different projects. We are doing something better for the betterment of the people. But are we justifying ourselves to give the minimum benefits which is required to be given to the public? If you say that yes, then answer is that how far you have gone. So the assessment, the data, the calculations which are placed before us is definitely a very, very encouraging one. But I understand that with the collaborative function of everybody, we will achieve the goal by making it Viksit Bharat in 2047. And we are marching ahead very smartly, and we are thinking of many things about the things which is required to be done by us. But I think that my panelists are very, very strong to place their points in a way they require to be done. And I'm happy that I have got such a very good panelist with me who can give some lights about this subject as well. Therefore, now I request Mr. Sudhansh Pant, the Secretary Minister of Social Justice and Empowerment, to place this presentation today so that at least we can consider what is happening within short time. Thanks.
Namaskar. Honorable Justice Rama Subramaniam, Chairperson of NHRC, Honorable Madam Vijay Bharti Sayam, the member of NHRC, Honorable Justice Vidyut Ranjan Sarangi, member of NHRC and the chair of the panel, respected Sri Bharatlalji, the Secretary General of NHRC, my colleague in the government on the panel, Sri Bhuvnesh Kumar, CEO of UIDAI, and fellow panelists, respected Madam Sunita Narayan, Sunita Narayan senior officers present, representatives of NGOs and civil society, members of the media, students, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to congratulate everyone on this National Human Rights Day, which is being celebrated today, and the very pertinent subject which talks of public services and dignity to all. In fact, our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, in his 15th August 2025 speech, Independence Day speech from the Red Fort,
mentioned something which exactly fits in today's theme. He said, reform is not just about economics, it is about transforming the everyday lives of citizens. The reforms undertaken by our government signal a modern, citizen centric government where ordinary people can experience ease, fairness, and empowerment. The Constitution of India also lays the foundation for a just, inclusive, and equitable society through its provisions of equality, liberty, and fraternity, and with equal access to opportunities and a life of dignity. The states are also mandated to protect the interests of the marginalized, to take affirmative measures that enable their participation in the nation's development. And this is also the mandate of the department in which I have the honor of serving at present, which is the Department of Social Justice and Empowerment. This department deals with the most marginalized segments of our society, the major target groups being scheduled castes, other backward classes, the EWS, economically weaker sections, the denotified tribes, the nomadic and semi nomadic groups, the senior citizens, the victims of substance abuse, those engaged in the act of begging, the transgender persons, the sewerage and septic tank workers, the, the scavengers, and the waste pickers, those engaged in manual scavenging, though they have been eliminated some time back. So you can see the most marginalized, underprivileged segments of society are catered to by this ministry. And we feel that for these communities in particular, the access to education and healthcare, the access to basic documents, to financial services, and to skilling and livelihood opportunities are essential. And not only these, but to provide services which are accessible, efficient, non discriminatory, and sensitive to the needs of these underprivileged groups. We can think of the kind of empowerment when a child from a marginalized community is provided a scholarship, when a senior citizen can access healthcare seamlessly, when a transgender person receives an identity certificate, that too without appearing in person, it is done through a portal, or when a sanitation worker accesses credit to become an entrepreneur. They gain not just a service, but an entry point into the formal structures of society. For these groups, essential services or public services go beyond just food and shelter. They include services required to live with dignity and security. We believe that the transition from a welfare oriented intervention to empowerment oriented interventions, a shift from fragmented measures to life cycle based approach, and also a transition from delivering just entitlements to enabling the capabilities. I'll give just some examples of what the ministry has been doing to enhance the dignity of life and for the ease of living. Access to education is considered as the first bridge between the transition from availability of public services to creating opportunities for a dignified life. The scholarship schemes for SCs, OBCs, and these groups are designed to ensure access and to prevent dropouts due to financial hardships, to address basic equity gaps. Every year, about 70 lakh students, SC students, from class 9 up to PhD, are supported through government scholarships. And in the last 10 years, nearly 45,000 crore rupees have been dispersed in these scholarships to around 8.4 crore students. So you can see the kind of dignity providing education for those who are not able to afford it, at every level, not only at the school, college level, but SC, OBC students in IITs, triple IITs, IIMs, AIMS, NITs, the top institutions of the country, they are also supported by paying their full fee, stipend, support for computer, etc. Even national overseas scholarships. Every year, 125 students from the scheduled caste, they are given full assistance, tuition fee, visa fee, medical insurance premium, stipend, contingency allowance. And many of these students have reached the top universities in the world, including the Ivy League universities in US, Oxford, Cambridge, etc. So this provides dignity to education for fulfilling the aspirations of the marginalized sections also. Each scholarship supports a learner to develop knowledge, skills, and confidence. Once educational foundation is laid, the skilling becomes the next step. To ensure education and skilling opportunities, which culminate into employment opportunities, market linkages play a very significant role. We want to transform from job seekers towards job creators. Financial system, ecosystem, and business support through access to low cost loans through various institutions, NABARD, SIDBI. Some of these corporations are also with the ministry. National Scheduled Caste Finance Development Corporation, National Backward Class Finance Development Corporation, National Safai Karamchari Finance Development Corporations, RRBs, etc. There is a Swachhta Udyami Yojana, which offers capital subsidy on sanitation vehicles. Sanitation workers become SANI entrepreneurs with dignity, enterprise, and empowerment. Social empowerment follows because individuals, regardless of circumstances, are capable of contributing to society. Just imagine the dignity for a sewerage and septic tank worker who, for the first time, has been provided PPE kits and other assisted devices when they go to work under very difficult and challenging circumstances. 4,800 urban local bodies of this country have onboarded on this program and are providing a life of dignity to these workers. Senior citizens are being facilitated for dignified aging and being provided with assistive devices. Nearly 7.5 lakh devices have been provided to the senior citizens for ensuring dignity of their life. Victims of substance abuse are being provided dignity through the de-addiction facilities being run in the government sector and being run through the NGOs for their reintegration into society. For the marginalized and vulnerable communities, whether due to caste, poverty, disabilities, age, gender, or occupation, public services are not merely benefits, they enter formal systems of the states, opening pathways for learning, livelihood, safety, identity, and social acceptance. We also believe that technology is a great tool for providing dignity to the citizens. Just imagine, of course, my colleague will be speaking at length on it. The dignity there is because of the digital public infrastructure and the India stack, Aadhaar, UPI, DigiLocker, etc. 328 schemes of the government of India. The benefit is going directly into the bank accounts of the beneficiaries. Contrast this with the earlier scenario where for every payment one had to go to a government official at the village level or the block level, district level, and then the normal problems, challenges. 328 schemes of just the government of India directly going DBT to the person's account, and hundreds of such schemes of the state governments, various state governments combined. So I think it's very important contribution towards dignity of living. It eliminates intermediaries and it also affirms individuals as rightful claimants. A national portal for transgender persons, zero human interface based portal for transgender persons, something which was taboo, which had some um, stigma attached to it. Now, transgender person through a portal can obtain his certificate or identity card, which opens a whole new world to them for seeking various benefits under the government schemes. Public grievance redressal mechanisms have been totally computerized, whether it is the CP grams, the government of India, or since I've recently come from Rajasthan, the Sampark portal, where anybody can, over a phone or an email or even message, register his grievance with the government. It goes to the concerned department. The average grievance redressal time got reduced from 45 days to 15 days. The satisfaction percentage improved from 50 to 65%. Because after a grievance is redressed, the feedback is taken from the complainant. And the uh, the total overall disposal has gone up to the extent of 98 to 99% total complaints received. It's a huge dignity which has been given to the citizen, because he need not go to a particular office to complain for electricity, water, land, etc., whatever is the issue. It can be done by a click of a button. Likewise, I feel, even though it's been around for many years, even payment of electricity bills online, payment of all the bills online, rather than standing in queues. I remember when we were in college, for train reservation, we used to stand in queues for hours, and then just before we reached our turn, and then they would say reservation is over. So today, everything you can do sitting at home on your mobile phone. So that provides tremendous dignity for living. Whole of government approach, I feel dignity extends beyond and it pervades all sectors. In the previous session, I heard Madam Ravi was mentioning about Swachh Bharat Mission. More than 12 crore individual household toilets constructed, and the dignity which goes with it. She mentioned women folk earlier, before the crack of dawn, they used to go out in the field somewhere. Now look at the dignity and the associated things which have reduced the crime against women and all those things. So women, everybody has got a dignified washroom at home. Jal Jeevan Mission, Shri Bharatlal ji sitting here, one of the pioneers of the scheme. 15.5 crore households have got drinking water taps in the household. Just imagine the dignity it has provided to the lady of the house, who in some states used to spend hours just fetching water. So the saving of time, saving of energy, and that time can be better utilized for some more productive activity. So tremendous dignity to the rural women by this one scheme. Ujjwala Yojana, again, 10 crore connections. Dignity to the lady of the house, not having to burn wood or other fuel and getting a gas connection. Likewise, the dignity of having a roof over your head, PM Awas Yojana, urban and rural. Persons with disabilities, again, a sister department of our ministry. Legal protections for vulnerable groups, assistive devices, recognition, protection, and justice. So we feel that a life cycle based approach for holistic development and empowerment is very essential. At the child stage, nutritional support, plus right to education, plus scholarships, fellowships, etc. At the youth stage, skilling, apprenticeship, higher education support, scholarship, fellowships. At the adult stage, entrepreneurial support, credit facilities, market linkages. And at the old age, again, healthcare, pensions, safety net. So all these contribute towards a dignified living. And to conclude, I would just quote Dr. Abdul Kalam. Empowerment must mean that every citizen can access opportunity with dignity and contribute to the nation's growth with pride. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Uh, Sudhans Pant, for your deliberation, and that too you have given a very good suggestions, idea about these schemes which are floated by the government for beneficiary of this person concerned. But question is, if the same is reached to the person concerned, then we are successful. If it is not reached to the people, then even if you found some schemes, it will not be beneficial. Therefore, it is the role of all these human rights defenders, NGOs, civil societies, they have to take a call that whatever scheme has been floated by the government and the beneficial to the citizen, it should reach the public indirectly to your assistance. If any difficulties is there, that should be pointed out to our land so that we can do the needful. Thank you, Mr. Pant. Now I request Sri Bhuvanesh Kumar, Chief Executive Officer of Unique Identification Authority of India, to have the deliberation. You have the presentation? I gave it. Sorry. Sure, sorry.
Thank you, sir. In the interest of time and not being guilty of standing between you and the lunch, cutting short the introductory remark, respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, ladies and gentlemen in the August gathering, thank you for giving me and UIDI this opportunity of presenting how Aadhaar is a tool of dignity to the masses in this country. I want to thank NHRC and especially Secretary General Shri Bharat Lalji for pushing me into this. And I want to congratulate everybody sitting in this hall and across the country on this auspicious day on the National Human Rights Day. So I'll quickly tell you what UIDI does and how Aadhaar has become a tool of governance, good governance, dignity, and empowerment for people. I'm sure everybody sitting in this hall would have an Aadhaar. Anybody not having Aadhaar? No. Right. So next slide, please. Can you please shift to a slide? So what we do? So UIDI does generate Aadhaar. Most of the people think that we give Aadhaar cards or we give Aadhaar letters. No, we do generate an Aadhaar number. We generate a 12-digit number. And when we communicate this through a letter, that is known as the Aadhaar letter. So Aadhaar is a 12-digit number, and how it is generated, quickly I'll explain and then come to other things. Perhaps in this process, I'll also clear some myths about Aadhaar which continue to percolate in the society. So anybody who is a resident in India for more than 182 days during the last 12 months is eligible to get an Aadhaar. So by that definition, the foreigners are eligible to get an Aadhaar. It is not limited to Indian citizens. So that's the first myth which people think, most of the people think, how the foreigners can get Aadhaar. All the NRIs, OCI card holders, they are all eligible to get an Aadhaar even though they don't live in India. A person who comes for enrollment brings two documents. One is known as the proof of identity and other is the proof of address. And these are listed documents on our website. There is a different list of documents for different categories. For children below 0 to 5, only birth certificate is admissible. Between 5 to 18, there is a certain list. Above 18, there is a certain list. For people who come from other countries, there is a different list. The Aadhaar is issued for lifetime for citizens, NRIs, and OCIs. For OCIs, it's 10 years. For people from Nepal and Bhutan, 10 years. From other countries, up to the validity of their visa. That's how it is issued. So when a person comes, we capture the three things in the leftmost column. So the first is the iris. So we have machines which take your iris image, and biologically the iris image of every person is different. Just like the next thing is the fingerprints. So everybody has 10 fingerprints. Those fingerprints are taken, and finally the facial image, the photograph is taken. So that makes it 13 attributes: 2 iris, 10 fingers, and 1 face. So these 13 attributes of one individual are then compared with all the previous ones in the database, which today is 143 crores. So we compare the 13 attributes with the 13 attributes of the 143 crore people, and if it does not match, it is found to be unique, a 12-digit random number will be generated, which is known as Aadhaar. So before an Aadhaar is generated, our data center, the computers installed there, perform a calculation of 143 crores multiplied by 13 multiplied by 13, and deduplication is done, and then one particular Aadhaar is generated. That's how it is. And after that, there are four things that we capture: the name, which has been taken from the identity document, the gender and date of birth, address, which is taken from the proof of address document, and they are populated here. Next, it is optional for the person who has come for enrollment to provide us the mobile number and the email. So that means in the Aadhaar database, we have 3 plus 4 plus 2, 9 fields only. That is all that we have. We don't have anything else. We don't keep anything else. We don't have your PAN number. We don't have your bank account number. We don't have your driving license. We don't have your passport. We don't have anything else. There is nothing else in the database of Aadhaar. That's all that we capture. And this is provided by the enrollee. And once an Aadhaar number is generated, the individual becomes Aadhaar number holder for us. He is called the ANH. Now the person has become ANH, and we issue a letter like this, or a PVC card also in this format. So it's a slightly different format. It's a horizontal format for the citizens. For the foreigners, it's a vertical format. For the children, the color is blue for below 5 years. So that's all that is captured, and this ensures the uniqueness. And that is why Aadhaar is proof of unique identity, irrefutably unique identity of an individual, of nothing else. It's neither a proof of citizenship, as I told you, the residents can get it. Then it is not a proof of date of birth or address, because nobody has gone and actually verified that this is correct. A document has been provided. If we have checked that document on the face of it, now we have started verifying from the source. Maybe perhaps we'll have more trusted source later. The law says so very clearly that Aadhaar is not a proof of citizenship, not a proof of domicile, not a proof of date of birth. It's a proof of only and only identity. Next, please. So Aadhaar is a 12-digit number, as I mentioned. It's without any intelligence. It's purely random. On most of the other 12-digit number, you will find, say, driving license. Then you'll say MH12 so. You can make out whether it's from a state. From many numbers, you can make out whether it's male or female or race, caste, color, anything. You can make out from certain things. You can't make out anything. Contrary to common belief, as I showed in the last slide, there is no column of father's name or mother's name in Aadhaar. Most people think so, that there is a column of father's name or mother's name in Aadhaar, which is not so. In fact, we recently had to issue a clarification to the National Testing Agency, because they told their students that we will be matching your Aadhaar for your JEE examination, and please get your father's name corrected in Aadhaar. And we told them there is no such column, please don't ask for that. It's only individual, so there are no relationship. So that's why Aadhaar is also not a proof of any kind of relationship. The relationship is not captured here. It's unique, it is never reassigned. One person gets one Aadhaar, nobody can get two Aadhaars. If you try to go and get a second time Aadhaar, it will be rejected, saying that you already exist. The Aadhaar number cannot be given to anybody. It is lifelong and even after life. Even if a person dies, Aadhaar number doesn't die. Aadhaar number remains. Only the Aadhaar is deactivated. It cannot be used for authentication or verification, but Aadhaar number remains. And the biometrics are captured against those also, are compared against those also. In fact, when people come for updates, and whenever they provide updates, biometrics in updates, they are also kept in database, and comparison happens against those also. So effectively and actually, today we have a set of 233 crores, not 143, because people have come again, second time, third time for a biometric update, a photo update. So the comparison happens with 233 crores, not actually with 143 crores. We are totally purpose blind. What the Aadhaar is used for, how it is used, which entity wants to use it, it is not our mandate. Our mandate is to provide the service. So we provide 4 services, which I'll just mention in the next numbers, next slide. So this is what is Aadhaar in number. Total about 143 crores. It's 1.42, slightly older version. 143 crore Aadhaars have been generated, of which statistically we presume that there are roughly about 9 crore Aadhaars belonging to people who have died over the years. We have been able to deactivate roughly 2 crores. We are trying to get more data about death related data and deactivate those numbers. But live Aadhaar should be around somewhere around 134 crores. We do about 75,000 enrollments per day, and these are basically children now. The adult population is 99.99% saturated, but we still get about 2% applications per day from adults, which is about 1,500. Of the 75,000, 1,500 is belonging to adults. Enrollment can be done from any age, even right on birth, on day one. Enrollment can be done. Enrollment is happens any time of the life. Then this number becomes roughly 2.25 crores every year. So this is equal to the growth of population. So that means 2.25 crore children get added every year, and they get into the Aadhaar system also. There is a small lag, but that gets covered every year. We perform what is called the authentication. Verification is required. For so many things you use Aadhaar. If you are using an digital signature, e-sign, you are using UPI on any of the payments where you are using Aadhaar based authentication, you initiate the transaction, it goes back from the application. Suppose you are using State Bank or HDFC, it goes from the HDFC Bank to a service providing agency, it goes back to UIDI. From there, a mobile OTP will be triggered. So you get a mobile OTP on your phone, you respond that OTP onto the system, it goes back again on the same channel, goes to UIDI, UIDI matches whether the OTP is correct. If it is correct, authentication will go. It is proved that you are the same person, and all this process is done within 1 to 2 seconds. The response time from UIDI is roughly 200 milliseconds. So we respond to any authentication request within 200 milliseconds. And we perform about 9 crore authentications per day. So every kind of authentication helps. To give you an example of why this helps, if you know and book train tickets, as I was mentioning, the olden days when you could not book tickets, now you have the IRCTC app and the Rail One app. You can book tickets from there. And there was a challenge of Tatkal tickets getting booked right in first 1 minute, and people were not able to book. There were agents and bots. They were able to book. So it was decided that we'll start using Aadhaar authentication in the IRCTC users. So when authentication started, 87% of the users vanished. They were all duplicate. Only 13% remained. And then this went from 1 minute to 10 minutes. And now next step is being implemented. While the train ticket is being booked, OTP will be done. And now it will be democratized. Anybody can book. It can't be limited only to agents. That's the power of Aadhaar. That's what it does. Next, please. This is the most important thing and relevant for today's session, and why I said Aadhaar brings dignity. So when enrollment started in the country, there were about 25 crore people in India who did not have any document at all. They did not have any proof of identity, any proof of address, and they had remained out of the mainstream ever. They did not get any government benefit, any subsidy, any scheme. They could never avail that because they did not have anything. And they were enrolled for the first time on the basis of introductions and letters from MLA, MPs, Pradhans, and all those. So 25 crore people were mainstreamed for the first time and got a government ID. And once they got into the system, it was possible then to onboard them into all the schemes. As sir mentioned, 328 schemes from the government of India. But if we add the state schemes, there are 3,700 schemes today which are using Aadhaar for disbursement of benefits directly to their account. It's called the DBT, direct benefit transfer. Next. Because of the jam trinity, this is what we call jam trinity, the Jandhan accounts, the Aadhaar, and the mobile. These three, it has been possible actually to bring everybody into the financial inclusion system. Just because of Aadhaar, the eKYC process become cheaper and faster, and that is why it was possible to open 56 crore accounts in a period of 7 years which the World Bank in its report says it would have taken India otherwise 45 years. So what was supposed to be done over a period of next 45 years was finished in 7 years. And now it's almost universal financial inclusion. It has been possible because of the Aadhaar. And of course, people adopting technology, people adopting availability of mobile phones, internet, UPI, Aadhaar, everything. So it's adoptability of people along with the availability of technology what has ensured this kind of an ecosystem. Now everything is happening on that. So without taking too much of time, I think I'll just run through the next slide just to tell you what is the landscape. Please can you go one by one? So Aadhaar is being used for empowering residents, DBT, good governance, enabled payment system, financial, and it is leading to India stack. Next. This is what is the structure in the Aadhaar and the digital public infrastructure DPI. Aadhaar lies at the bottom, in the center is the core. Then you have the payments, you have the data, and you have the services, all kinds of services, whether they are in the health sector, financial sector, transportation, commerce, education, everything you can think of, Aadhaar is there. One of the important thing that happens, and I think I'll take 1 more minute extra. Most people say that India is obsessed with IDs. And if Aadhaar is available, why do we have so many other IDs? Why do we need them at all? Why can't we bring every information? And as I told you, Aadhaar database has only those 9 fields. And if I were to bring all the information related to those IDs into the system, that means I'll have to populate everything here, which is not really good. Then it can be misused, right? And there's a difference between a foundational ID, which Aadhaar is, and a functional ID. Functional ID has its own eligibility conditions. Let's say a driving license. As Aadhaar can be taken from age 0, but driving license cannot be taken from age 0. So you start at 17, you apply for a learning license, then you get a learning license. After the learning license, you start learning the car and you pass a test, and then you are eligible, and then you get a driving license. So when you fulfill these conditions, then you are eligible. So that driving license cannot be brought into the Aadhaar. Same thing with the voter's ID card. The 3 conditions. You have to be a citizen. You have to be of 18 years of more of an age, and you have to be ordinary resident of that constituency. So given in the law, 3 conditions have to be met. These 3 conditions, if they have to be met, they have to be checked, and they cannot be fitted into the Aadhaar. As a student, you have to have an APAR ID. Your school, your class, what education qualifications you have done, what degrees you have obtained, they cannot be brought and kept into the Aadhaar. It needs a separate ID. And that's why functional IDs have to be there, and the foundational ID is the bottom on which next layer is those functional IDs which will be required. Thank you. I think I'll go to the last slide now. So what has happened because of all these DBTs? Next, please. Next. So you know this, COVID, income tax returns, everything based on Aadhaar. Next. These are all different kinds of services, and there are savings. On the left, if you see, in the farmer support scheme, what are the savings? Wage support, fuel subsidy, what are the savings? And what are the net savings? On the next slide, last slide, which is one. So we spent about $2 billion, so which is like about 18,000 crore rupees on Aadhaar till today, or over the years, including the infra and the running and operations and everything. And the savings which have accrued to India is more than 4,30,000 crores. So no system gives you a gain of 50x. It's a return on investment is 50 times. That is the power of Aadhaar, which has given dignity to the people in the country and has ensured economic growth in the country. Thank you so much, Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Bhuvanesh Kumar, the Chief Executive Officer, Unique Identification Authority of India. Your deliberation so far as the Aadhaar card is concerned is very, very wooded one, and that too, many people have learned how the Aadhaar helps in everything. And identity being a crisis, now Aadhaar card has solved this problem. This problem has to be now equalized by this process of Aadhaar card. Thank you for this deliberation. Now I request Ms. Sunita Narayan, Director General, Central Center for Science and Environment, for her deliberation.
Thank you, Justice Sarangi, and thank you everyone for for this invitation. I'm really delighted to be with you. And like Dr. Kumar, I will skip the formalities because I'm actually the last speaker of these two fascinating panels that we've had. And I also have, therefore, a chance to do some introspection, to be able to look at what we have learned and where do we go next. And I think that's really been a fascinating morning today, to be able to look at where we are today. I mean, it is very clear that all the basic necessities that we need in life, this country has made it a fundamental right. That is part of, I'm an environmentalist, and for us, one of the most important judicial orders has been to interpret the right to life as the right to a clean environment. But not just a clean environment, but a life with dignity, because it goes together. And that makes it very powerful to be able to have that as part of our fundamental rights, the most important for every citizen. But what we also learned today, and I thought Mr. P.K. Mishra's speech this morning was fascinating, because he really helped us to understand the evolution of the translation of a fundamental right into a development practice. Because at the end of the day, a right is a right. But how do you make sure that it's enabled to become not just a policy, but also a practice? And his very clear approach in explaining to us how the whole effort to make it a right-based development was very important, but it was limited. Because to have a right to food is not good enough. You need the delivery of food to happen as well. And what we have heard subsequently has been fascinating, including from Mr. Kumar right now, the use of this incredible, and I think we really need to celebrate the scale of it, the scale of a smart governance which has made delivery smart, because that was always a question in the past. So you have a right, but now you have the infrastructure, you have used technology in the best of ways to be able to provide an efficient delivery system. You have bank accounts that have opened, you have money going into the hands of people, and you have this incredible, really incredible digital public infrastructure that we have set up. I think that is something that we need to take a moment to say, this is where we are today. The question for us now is, where do we go from here? Because I can tell you as an environmentalist, we have many roads to walk still. We have the journey is not complete as yet. For most of us who live in Delhi, we know that the air requires us to make it much cleaner so that we can have the right to breathe. Without the right to breathe, you can give me all the fundamental rights, but there is nothing more than the right to breathe, which is as fundamental. We need much more to be done when it comes to development, to be able to make it more sustainable, to make it more affordable. So, to me, this is really where we now need that really important question about what next. And I would call this the third generation reform that is really needed. Call it reform, call it practice, but it's the third generation evolution. And in that, I would argue, and I'm giving you my experience now, my experience of 4 decades of work in the interface of development and environment, I can tell you that unless we change the approach for what we mean by development, we will not be able to do that development. So we have the right, we have the digital infrastructure to be able to get the delivery done, but we still don't have the right practice of what we mean by development. So, as an environmentalist, we have learned, and this is something which is fundamental to the human rights community. And so I'm really happy to be with you today because we have learned one thing, that if development is not inclusive, if development is not affordable, it can never be sustainable. Now, when I was hearing this morning that the fact that we have to reach the last person, for me, as an environmentalist, I can tell you that is not words. That is an imperative. Because if you don't reach the last person, you can never get the right to clean air. I'll give you a very clear example. Today we have a situation in which we have definitely toxic air that we are breathing. But if you want the right to clean air, you will have to make sure that everybody has the right to mobility, clean mobility. Now we know that we have one airshed. We know that that airshed is already full of toxic gases from the contribution of a very small number of people who move in cars. Only 10% of Delhi still drives a car. We don't have any more airshed road space left. So if you want clean air, you have to make sure that everybody has a right to mobility, not the right to a car, which means the right to walk, which means pavements, which means the right to bicycle, which means the right to take mass transport at affordable rates. So unless it is affordable, unless it is inclusive, it cannot be sustainable. We talk about energy, we talk about pollution. Today, unless the person who's cooking her food does not have clean cooking fuel, LPG, we can never have the right to clean air. The Prime Minister's incredible call to ask for the middle class to give up the subsidy and give it to the poor person was not just a moral call. It was actually a call to fix a problem of energy security. Today, it is also about poverty that the refill has to be bought. We also have to find affordable energy systems so that we can make sure that the cost of energy is cheap, that people can afford it. But it's also the problem of that wicked problem of the world, where when it comes to women's work, when it comes to a woman's labor, it's always the last priority. Now, this is where the work that has been done on water, on sanitation, is so important, because we know that when it reaches the house, a functional tap is there. We know it changes not just dignity, but it changes health. But today, the big question, and that's really been fascinating to see how these programs have evolved, has been that we can provide a functional tap, we can even provide water, but how do we make sure that we can clean our rivers? Because if we don't clean our rivers, we don't get the right to clean water. And to clean our rivers, we have to make sure that there is an affordable, inclusive sanitation system in the country. Because if some of us have a flush toilet and we flush and we forget, the rivers will still remain contaminated. We need a system in which everybody's sewage, everybody's excreta can be intercepted. And that cannot be a capital resource intensive system. So inclusivity is part of the imperative of sustainability. And that, to me, is where the question of new approaches has to come in. Shramika ji talked very interestingly about the question of Manrega. To me, Manrega is not a wage program. It's the world's largest adaptation program because it builds assets. It uses the labor of people to create functional assets, whether it is water conservation assets, whether it is soil conservation, whether it is planting trees. In fact, Mr. Kumar, when you were talking, I kept thinking, can we do an Aadhaar for assets? Can we move it out of just people to actually be able to? We have tried tagging, geotagging the assets, but can we really focus on the nature of using development so that we can build ecological security? We talked about, Dr. Paul talked about fascinatingly the whole question about the health burden. We know that environmental degradation is part of the comorbidities. But we also know that one of the biggest challenges today is how can we grow food which is nutritious? How can we use, which is India's incredible midday meal program, to be able to procure that nutritious food, which we are already doing, to be able to do local food production, local procurement, nutritious food, hot meals going to children. I mean, I've always said that this single program is one of the most important survival programs of this country. Hot meals every day for every child. So I can go on this, but I know we have limited time. But I want to just emphasize the fact that we have a very interesting path ahead where today we have, it's almost like being on a when you're jumping off, when you're saying you've got everything prepared, you've got now the rights, you've got the delivery systems, you now need to move towards a new approach, a new paradigm, so that you can also make sure that that development is inclusive and so sustainable. But two more parts of this agenda that we will have to add, which are all part of the agenda of today, the public institutions. Because everything that I am talking about is also got to do with the strengthening of public institutions. They cannot have, we've had delivery, which has made it good for individuals. But we need the strengthening of public institutions because the infrastructure that we now need to deliver is going to require those institutions to be far more accountable, far more modern, far more smart. We need the public digital revolution to now make institutions into that class of institutions which can play the role of this agents of change. So I just want to again emphasize the fact that NHRC taking on this work of making human rights part of our everyday life is such an important development because it brings rights home to us. And at the end of the day, change starts with all of us. So thank you once again for asking me. I'm really happy that I could add to this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, Sunita Narayanji, for your insightful deliberation and so far as the environment is concerned. And that too, you have shown the ways how one have a sustainable life and with all dignity. And that too, we have exceeded our time of more than 5 minutes. I was encroaching upon the jurisdiction of the closing ceremony. I think it's not proper on our part to have a question and answer ceremony. Rather, we'll go to next session so that at least your food security will be taken care of by the emergency. Thank you.
May I request the panel to please be seated for a minute? Thank you for. May I request the panel to please be seated for a minute? So, so to bring an end to this insightful session, I would request Ms. Ilakya Karunagaran, SSP Investigation, NHRC, to present the mementos to the respected speaker as a token of appreciation. To Dr. Justice Vidyut Rajan Sarangi, To Mr. Sudhansh Pant.
Thank you.
To Mr. Bhuvesh Kumar. And to Ms. Sunita Narayan. May I request the dignitaries to please take their seats in the auditorium. We will starting the closing session in a minute. I request everyone kindly be seated in their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, as we bring this enlightening conference to a close, I must commend the profound discussions that have illuminated issues and inspired actionable commitments for the future. These exchanges have truly underscored the urgency and vitality of our shared mission. To enrich our reflections with their wisdom, may I now invite upon the stage Honorable Justice V. Ramasubramaniam, the esteemed chairperson of the NHRC and former judge of Supreme Court of India. I may request Sri Bharat Lal, the dedicated Secretary General and CEO of NHRC, and finally Ms. Saidan Pui Chakchuak, our Joint Secretary at the NHRC. To summarize this insightful and thought-provoking conference, may I request Sri Bharat Lal, Secretary General NHRC, to kindly come and address the gathering.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, National Human Rights Commission, Justice V. Ramasubramanian, my esteemed colleague, Ms. Sai, and distinguished delegates. I won't take much of your time. And first and foremost, I would like to express my personal, as well as on behalf of the National Human Rights Commission, gratitude to all the panelists, all the speakers, and Chair, Justice V. Ramasubramaniam, and Justice Dr. Sarangi. Very fascinating, genuinely very fascinating, discourse. And many things, it was a great learning for people like us who are working in this field since last few years. But one thing is very clear that yes, we have traveled a lot of distance. We have covered a lot of distance. But I think this is the day for introspection, and we from here I think we can determine in which direction and what need to be done. But one thing is very clear that as Honorable President of India, as well as the Principal Secretary, the Prime Minister, Honorable Chairperson, and other speakers repeatedly again and again, that human dignity is very important, and I think it's a shared responsibility. But more importantly, government institutions, government functionaries, I think we all have to work together to ensure. I mean, I would like to say in Hindi, कि लोगों को धक्का नहीं खाना पड़े. I think the government, this thing, government should be reaching to people, ensuring that basic amenities and public services are available to people at their doorstep. They should not be running around, government institutions or government functionaries. And second thing is, I think this is the way that we can make their life better and they are able to contribute. The only, from my side, a very small point that I is my earnest appeal to each one of you, right? Please stay connected with National Human Rights Commission. We love to work together, and wherever we can, we have some help or whatever suggestions you have, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, they have been repeatedly, that just take this input from people actually, and that is the way we would like to work. So thank you all very much for having here. I'm not going into detail of the session-wise summary. I think we have, heard. But once again, thank you all very much.
May I now request Honorable Justice V. Ramasubramaniam to kindly share his closing remarks.
Thank you very much. I only quickly make two remarks. One is that from the morning we have had the kind of schemes that the government has brought about in the past about decade or so, I was reminded of a proverb in Tamil. I don't know how many of you can understand. It says, "Sami varam கொடுத்தாலும் பூசாரி varam கொடுக்கறதில்ல." That is, even if God is prepared to confer all the blessings upon you, the priests do not pass it on to the devotees. So the theme of this conference is that do public servants act as priests, pujaris, standing in between God and the people? Do they deliver what God gives to the devotees at large? Is the question which we kept in mind when we formulated this theme for this year's National Human Rights Day, namely Everyday Essentials. There is one point which I wanted to drive home. The second point is this: whenever we conduct such conferences, we find two categories of people. People who are real experts in the field, whose knowledge is phenomenal, and people who work in the field, who have done so much of work on the field for the betterment of people. But these intellectual giants, on the one hand, and people work who constitute the ground force, they all work as islands in a country like India. We are not experts. National Human Rights Commission certainly do not comprise of experts. We only want to act as facilitators. The intellectual talent that we have in this country, but who are functioning within their own limitations as individual islands, and people who constitute the workforce, groundwork, who hit the grounds, who do phenomenal work, we want to take all of them on board so that we reduce the role of intermediaries and ensure that people have food, clothing, shelter, dignity, and respect for each other's rights. I always tell people that unless each one of us respect the human rights of other people, the question of our own enforcing our rights will not arise. This is the main thing that all of us should carry in mind. With these closing remarks, I conclude, and after this vote of thanks, I request all of you to join us for lunch, because all of us, I think, have earned our lunch. We have been here from 10 o'clock in the morning, so I think we have earned much more than a lunch. Thank you.
May I now request Ms. Saidangpui Chakchwak to kindly deliver vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. It has been a truly enriching experience for all of us here today in this national conference on ensuring everyday essentials, public services, and dignity for all. We were deeply honored by the gracious presence of the Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu, whose insights have inspired us to reflect deeply and reaffirm our commitments to the cause of human rights. It was a privilege to have Dr. P.K. Mishra, Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, deliver the keynote address where he highlighted the need for effective policy implementation to cover the last mile. We extend our special thanks to the Honorable Chairperson, NHRC, Justice V. Ramasubramanian, for his valuable guidance, visionary leadership, and constant support in ensuring the success of this conference. Our sincere thanks are also due to the honorable members of the Commission, Justice Dr. Vidyut Ranjan Sarangi, who chaired the second session, and Srimati Vijay Bharti Sayani, who joined the first session as a distinguished panelist for their valuable contributions to the success of this conference. We express our heartfelt gratitude to our cornerstone, Sri Bhalatlal, Secretary General, NHRC, who guided us through the preparation with his unwavering support and a constant quest for excellence. We thank all the esteemed panelists of today's session, Dr. V.K. Paul, Dr. Shamika Ravi, Sri Sudhansh Pant, Sri Bhuvnesh Kumar, and Ms. Sunata Narayan for their thought-provoking perspectives and for showing us the way forward in our journey to ensure dignity for all. We convey our sincere appreciation to the members of the legal fraternity, members of the diplomatic community, chairpersons and members of various national commissions, chairpersons and members of the state human rights commissions, senior officers of the central and the state governments, our special rapporteurs of the commissions, human rights defenders, members of civil society organizations, and members of academia for their presence and participation. On behalf of the National Human Rights Commission, we express our earnest appreciation to all our colleagues from the Law Division, Research Division, General Administration, Coordination, Establishment, Investigation, NIC, Media and Communication Division, and all staff of the Commission whose professionalism and tireless efforts ensured the smooth organization of this conference. A special word of appreciation goes to the team members who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this conference a success. Ms. Varsha Apte, Ms. Avni Verma, Ms. Radhika Goel, all the JRCs, you know who you are. Bhavesh, Dheeraj, Ritu, Abhishek, Sanjeev, Jaswant, Baldev ji, and all others who were deeply involved in the planning of this conference. And always a support from our colleagues, our senior colleagues, the DG Investigation, Registrar Law, and of course our senior colleague, Sri Samir Kumar, the Joint Secretary NHRC, for his guidance. We also extend our gratitude to the Bharat Mandapam team for their excellent logistical support and to representatives of the print and electronic media for giving wide coverage to the deliberations held today. Lastly, we thank everyone present here, as well as those who have joined us virtually for their active participation and commitment to strengthen the reach and impact of our shared purpose of ensuring dignity for all. Thank you.
May I kindly request the distinguished dignitaries seated in the first two rows to please take your left side exit for lunch in the leaders lounge. That's